Alright, so I'm just gonna hop in. I'm starting it on the character screen just so you can see I haven't, touched the character at all. But, where we left off. So, it is currently, now Sunday evening, I guess. So it's been about 12 hours, almost exactly, to the point where the last speedrun part ended. You can see here, same place. When we left off, I had just realized that I'd made a terrible mistake. And that there was, in fact, no Darkmoon Fair buff available. So this means I'm not only losing the Draft of the 10 lands, but I'm also losing out on the Darkmoon Fair XP buff. So I am now 20% experience below what I should be. That's a problem. But I'm gonna make do. I'll find a way to make this work. Whew. It's gonna be not the easiest, though. Why is my UI's a little bit messed up? Huh. Odd. Wait, is my hearth set to the sepulcher? Yeah, I should just be able to take this. Okay. So. I did mention I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do the second part of the speedrun this quickly. Obviously, for you guys, I'm doing this before I've ever even uploaded part 1. I'm not sure how I'm going to space it out yet. Still don't even know what I'm going to title it. But we'll see. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I'm going to be really low on, like, experience overall, so I need to make up that experience somewhere. Now, there are two ways that I can make up the experience. I can go do Spires of Iraq, because ultimately that's going to be the most efficient zone, assuming, I don't finish in Gorgrond, which at this point I'm not going to. Or, I can go and kill the same rare mobs for, like, the 5th time. And this is just a much more chill method of leveling. So I'm going to do this. I know everybody's probably like, no, not the rare mobs again. You just did that in the last part. But it's not going to take that long. I'm not going to do the full, like, Tears Fall Glade circuit. Just doing this. So I can kind of sweep the coastline. I'm also not going to go out to Krethis, the Shadow Spinner, because I don't really feel like running all the way over there. These ones are just nice and easy. This one not up. Interesting. I mean, it is 8 p.m., so it actually makes a lot of sense that a lot of these rares would be down. Oh, Logaf is still up. But a lot of the ones that are, like, front and center in my guide, I can't really be surprised about being killed. Ah! Didn't I? Yeah, I slipstream. I must have accidentally canceled the spell. Alright, evocation. Where do I want to put this? Let's go with that. Sure. I don't have an exact feel for how I want to set up all my keybinds yet. I'll just kind of play it by ear. So I'm going to go check for Kree, and then after Kree, I'm going to sweep the coastline, look for the wolf guy. And then I'll check Fenwick Thatros. Words. In the words of Charlie Kelly, the words get caught up in my mouth and they don't come out so good. I'm missing a lot of cloth appearances, because... If you noticed when I was going over which classes I've played, like, a lot or a little of, you might notice that all of the cloth classes I mentioned I've barely ever played. Like, I played a little tiny bit of Fire Mage, a little tiny bit of Discipline Priest, never played Warlock, and then... Are there any other cloth classes? I think it's just those three, right? Yeah. So I have, like, no cloth appearances, because I just never play it. I also don't have a lot of male appearances, but I have played Hunter a decent amount, so a lot of the really cool sets that I usually like to use for transmogs, I do have for male. So it's not like I don't have any good transmogs, but admittedly for cloth, I have absolutely nothing. The main reason I didn't even bother making a transmog is just because what would be the point, right? I have nothing to work with here. Let's just triple checking. Nope, still not up. Oh no, I didn't start the timer! Oh no. Shit. How long have I been going? 6 minutes? Okay. Whatever. Just add 6 minutes onto the timer. Yeah. You know the drill. Hold on, my cousin is asking me a question about Final Fantasy XIV lore. So I'm trying to give him an answer. Alright. Oh, is that picking up on my mic? Oh yeah, that's definitely picking up on my mic. My dog's barking like crazy. Oh boy. And as always, even if the odds are super low, when I'm fucking around, I will check for chests. It's just more fun that way. I think one thing that I'm not entirely sure if I actually said it or not during the last speedrun, because I remember during the last speedrun I keep saying the last speedrun, the last part of the speedrun. You know what I'm talking about. But I kept, like, starting topics and then not finishing talking about them because I would get distracted and forget what I was discussing. But I do remember that at one point I was addressing the fact that a bunch of people would tell me, oh, you always said that Lost Son of Arugul was really hard to find, but I found it like twice or something like that. And as you can see in this run, when I'm actively going out of my way to look for it, yeah, it's not hard to find. It's difficult in the sense that it has such a long patrol route that you're not usually going to find it. But the trick that makes it hard to find in speedruns is you obviously don't want to spend all of that time going out of your way to look for it. So, my chances of finding the Lost Son of Arugul are low in a speedrun, or at least a speedrun where I'm really trying to go fast, because I can't take detours. So my only chances of getting Lost Son of Arugul are if the patrol that it's on happens to exactly overlap with where I'm going. And if it doesn't, then I just won't encounter it, and I'm not going to go up and down its patrol routes at all to try and look for it. But it doesn't have a particularly rare spawn chance or anything like that. It's the same as the others, it's just due to the way that it works, it's hard to find while you're trying to do a run. Okay, so I'm gonna check the rare over here. But does it not spawn? Right, it probably won't spawn.
What joy is there in this curse?
Right. I hope I didn't fuck myself. No, I can still loot it. Cool. And now Freitas.
Speak quickly.
Speak quickly.
This will be a mercy killing. That quote is the bane of Hearthstone players everywhere if you played during that expansion. Or, you know, however many expansions afterwards. If you've played Hearthstone for years now, you probably know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, I can't stand playing Hearthstone anymore. There was a while there where Hearthstone was like WoW for me. I kept saying I was going to quit it, and then I never did. Because I would be like, maybe I'll try this expansion. But I will say, despite how much I love Hearthstone, or loved Hearthstone, eventually they did release too many shit expansions in a row for me. And it got to a point where I'm just like, okay, I can't keep playing this game. It just got to the point where I kept retrying it over and over, and then finally, like, I think 2 expansions in a row came out, and then I realized I have no interest in playing Hearthstone anymore, at all. Which is kind of sad, because it used to be a really good game. And I mean, I've heard good things about Magic the Gathering, but at the same time, I don't know, I just, at the moment, don't really feel the motivation to actually play another card game. One of the issues I think that card games have, in many cases, is that they're way too hard to get into. Like, getting all the right cards, building up your decks and stuff like that, it's a really, really long grind. I have a lot of utility as a mage. That's kind of cool. But yeah, when I had been playing Hearthstone for years, you know, it was kind of easy to keep playing it. Because, well, I had already played it. I had most of the main cards in the classic set. And I had a massive stockpile of dust, so I could pretty much just buy whatever it is that I needed, or craft, I mean, whatever it is that I needed for some new deck. So it was always like, yeah, you know, why not? But I think the main thing to me that made Hearthstone just not fun is, and I know this will probably be an unpopular opinion, but I really liked aggro decks. That's just how I like to play the game. I didn't like having 30-minute matches. I like to basically just play rapid-fire, back-to-back Hearthstone matches. And that wasn't like, oh, I don't have enough time in the day to play. No, I would play Hearthstone for hours on end, but I just don't like sitting in a grindy control match. I'd rather play 5 minutes, figure out who's won, who's lost, and then if I win, cool. If I lost, alright, on to the next match, that kind of thing. I more liked playing mid-range decks that would last like maybe like 10 minutes, so I could have like a very interesting game. But I also liked the aggro components of mid-range. And it just felt like over the years, as Hearthstone progressed, Blizzard just murdered every single aggro deck that was ever viable. If there was something that was good, you could guarantee that if it was aggro, Blizzard would nerf it into the floor. And there's a difference between saying, oh yeah, obviously nerf Undertaker Hunter because it was OP, nerf, like, Face Hunter, which admittedly wasn't even that overpowered, but people complained about it on Reddit, so it got nerfed. Nerf, Pirate Warrior, which, like, they gutted Pirate Warrior, because instead of actually nerfing the cards that made Pirate Warrior so overpowered, they nerfed Fiery War Axe, which was, I mean, a good card, but it was also a warrior staple. So they didn't just nerf Pirate Warrior, they killed Aggro Warrior or Midrange Warrior entirely for years. And then any control decks would just be left untouched. And it just became a point where, like, the fastest decks in Hearthstone were, like, these mid-range decks. And because of that, every single match would either be mid-range versus mid-range, which was, like, 10 to 15 minutes, or in many cases, mid-range versus control, which would still end up being a 20 to 30-minute game. Or, like, various combo decks in which you could just randomly lose despite playing absolutely perfectly because your opponent drew their correct combo and you have no way to interact with it. And that just killed the game for me. Like, I know people might say, oh, well, Face Hunter never required skill, but I will actually disagree with that. When you were playing at a high level, understanding your opponent's deck and knowing what tools your opponent had to potentially counter you and playing around that could actually make the difference between winning or losing. Like, if you knew that, you know, the mage was probably running Flame Strike, and you were trying to set up a kill as Face Hunter, then going into the mage's turn 7, well, it probably wouldn't be a very good idea. How did it double tap? I tapped Alter Time once, and then it just immediately did the second cast. That's a little bit annoying. I know for a fact I did not cast it 2 times, so that must have been just a lag spike that caused me to double click. But anyways, yeah, I just dislike how all of the decks that I enjoyed playing basically just got neutered. Made it not very fun. Once again, cousin asking Final Fantasy questions. He got to a sentence where somebody said, "Were ever wont to quicken." And yeah, some of the characters in Final Fantasy have, like, very, old English ways of speaking, I guess. For lack of a better word. Ooh, arcane power. Alright, I'll put it on R. There we go. Sometimes this quest bugs. So far, it doesn't appear like it is, so that's good. Gotta love the RP. No, lay down your arms and surrender. Alright. Oh, shit. She went right for me. Forgot to put Arcane Intellect up. Whoops. Cool.
We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter anyone who stands.
Alright. Let me get this. Always feels weird doing a speedrun and, like, not talking much. But honestly, like, I just don't have anything to talk about right now. Nothing comes to mind. Admittedly, I'm still kind of tired. I just kind of want to get through this. And I think sometimes, you know, instead of me sitting here trying to fill the air with random noise, it's better to just go through. If I think about something, I can bring it up, but yeah. Is what it is, I suppose. Thankfully, I'm finally done with Silver Pine Forest. And because of the fact that I killed all those rares, I managed to make up for the 20% XP loss, but now I'm going to start falling behind again, so that's unfortunate. See, like, Sylvanas didn't just randomly kill Lorna Crowley for the sake of it. You know? She actually didn't go full, like, evil mustache-twirling villain here. She did some shady shit to win this battle, but at the end of the day, she still released her prisoner. She still fought somewhat honorably. And why did she do all of this? To protect her people.
I do not have a target.
So, you know what the original part of the story was. They're all concerned about, oh, it's gonna destroy us. Wait, but I just realized, I don't know about the rest, but Agatha is in Sanctum of Domination. Did they just forget this questline? Wait, hold up.
What
Is that a
are
plot hole?
slaves to this torment?
Because Agatha definitely, like, what we were supposed to see there is 100% Agatha dying. Oh, that's just a straight decrease. Weird. But if that was supposed to be Agatha dying, then why is she still alive in the new raid? Do they ever explain that? Is there, like, some book where they retcon the fact that Agatha died in Silverpine Forest? And that's why she's part of the boss encounter in Sanctum? So, I guess if you haven't done the new patch and you don't know what I'm talking about, one of the bosses in Sanctum of Domination is called the Nine. And the Nine is Sylvanas' Valkyr. Because she has, I guess, 9 Valkyr. I forget the exact number, but apparently it's 9. But I know for a fact that Agatha is one of the Valkyr that you fight. She has a mechanic where she summons a bunch of black lines that go around the room. But apparently she died? So, I see 2 possibilities here. One, actually 3, I guess. One, they just forgot, which I wouldn't be surprised about. They forgot that they killed off Agatha, and they just brought her back for Sanctum. 2, they retconned the fact that she died or something.
What is it?
And said, oh yeah, well she didn't actually die, she was just weakened or whatnot. Which, whatever. And the third, which is probably what actually happened, and doesn't really sound a whole lot better, is that there's something about, well, the Valkyr died, but, they went back to the Shadowlands too, so they didn't actually die. But then to that, I have to say, what does it take for something in this game to actually die? Like, if a Valkyr is already an undead Vrykul, and then an undead Vrykul dies, and then comes back to life in the Shadowlands, then how are we even supposed to know at this point if they're actually dead now that we've killed them in the Sanctum of Domination? Is there a shadowier lands where things that are dead and that die in the Shadowlands go to? Like, how many levels are there? This is one of the reasons why you don't fuck with, like, undeath in your stories, because it just adds way too many problematic factors. You need to really take a lot of time to build it up and explain it if you're going to bring something back from the dead. It doesn't work. I mean, I guess I'm okay with there being undead stuff, or people coming back from the dead. Like, to a certain degree, that's fine if you set it up. But then,
I am forsaken.
when you're actually interacting with characters that are dead, that's where I think there's a problem. I mean, for starters, I know this is going to be a bit controversial and blah, 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 but I, just in general, don't believe in an afterlife, IRL. And I think one of the problems with that is if we can't even agree, IRL, how, like, an afterlife would work in a meaningful way, it's just so hard to actually write that well in a fantasy story. That's probably a bit of a stupid argument, right? Because then that's like acting as if you can't use your imagination, but I've also never seen it done well. Every single time I've seen a story try to have, like, an afterlife and try to explain it in a meaningful way, it's always just, like, an excuse. It's never actually a real, well-meaning, thought-out afterlife or something. It's always just, oh yeah, I need a way to bring this character back from the dead without actually bringing them back from the dead, so I'm just gonna, like, create an afterlife in my world, and then, like, one of the characters will die, and then the other character will go to the afterlife momentarily and have this really, like, impactful moment. And they'll speak to, like, the dead person, and that'll drive it forward. And I think there's like, a good way to do it. Like, actually, I can't believe I'm saying this, but one of the best ways I've seen an afterlife kind of portrayed is in fucking Harry Potter. And now, look, I don't hate Harry Potter. I read the entire book series, and I mean, it's good, but Harry Potter to me is like one of those book series that, like, you just kind of need to read it and enjoy it for what it is and not really think too much on it, because it makes no fucking sense when you actually think about how half of, like, the mechanics and magic systems in Harry Potter actually work. It doesn't make sense. And J.K. Rowling, gotta be completely real here, I don't think she's a very good writer. I don't really respect her a lot as a writer, especially after all of the meme-y, Dumbledore was gay the whole time type of shit. Like, just to be clear, not saying that you shouldn't have LGBT characters in your books, but if you have them in your books, you need to actually have them in your books. Like, don't just try to do the fucking armchair representation shit that, Blizzard has been doing for years of, oh yeah, like, Tracer was actually gay. Admittedly, they did back that one up, but after the fact, but then they go ahead and they're like, Soldier 76 was gay. And, like, this character is actually trans or something, or bi, or whatever. And it's like, they just parade out these characters and slap a label onto it because they're like, oh yeah, LGBT people like this, right? They like when they have representation, so let's give them representation without actually putting in any of the effort required to create a character that actually shares those, or actually has those traits, I guess. It's just, we'll say that they are without making it meaningful whatsoever. So I hate that, and I'm not trying to say J.K. Rowling's a bad person for doing that. I don't think she is, but I do think it's extremely lazy when you try to get, like, points for saying, Dumbledore was gay, and then, like, Hermione might have been black, after your books have already been completely finished for years. Like, if you want to go ahead and add, or write, like, a new Harry Potter book, like, what are the new ones called? Like, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, or whatever she's writing now. Like, if she wants to add, like, a gay character to that, which I believe she did, and she wants to, add a important black main character, okay, sure, go for it. But if you wrote a character one way, don't try to retroactively pretend that it was written with a different thing in mind. That, I dislike. What can I go with? I like the idea of Torment the Weak. Anyways, that was a bit of a off-topic rant. All that to say, despite all of my, as I've now aired out, very large complaints with how J.K. Rowling handles her writing, I think that the way the afterlife was handled in Harry Potter was pretty good. And I'm going to be completely honest, if you're trying to avoid Harry Potter spoilers, I don't give a shit. Because guess what? The book series has been out for like over 10 years at this point. You should have fucking read it. But, I mean, at the end, spoiler alert, Harry dies, but not really. And, as he's, like, kind of in a state of being dead, but also not really dead, it's never really made entirely clear whether he died and came back to life or was just, like, kind of dead. I don't fucking know. But then he has, like, this encounter with Dumbledore, and Dumbledore, who also died, earlier, was like, oh, Harry, like, I forget exactly what he is, but basically he gives Harry, like, some motivational pep talk or something like that. But, honestly, the fact that it's so ambiguous, I actually kind of like. I kind of like the fact that we don't actually know if he was speaking to Dumbledore. At least that's the way I interpreted it. It's kind of like, you don't really know whether that's actually Dumbledore's, like, ghost, or if he's just, like, half dead and hallucinating the whole thing because he's, like, having a near-death experience. Either way, he thinks he's talking to Dumbledore, and that gives him, like, the motivation he needs to continue. But it's not a clear-cut, yes, Harry's dead, Harry's in the afterlife now, he's speaking to Dumbledore, and now we have to consider all of the implications that might bring. Like, sure, if you want to look at it that way, alright. but the way it was written, it is ambiguous. So J.K. Rowling can very well justify, yeah, I'm just not going to ever bring it up again. Because, who knows? Maybe that wasn't actually the afterlife. It could have just been something that was happening entirely within Harry's head. And I think that way of writing the afterlife is better. I generally speaking don't like soft magic systems or just like soft world building like that, but it can be really useful in many ways. I think there has to be a mix. You know, there's a time when you should be using like hard world building of like, this is how this system works, this is why X does Y. And there are also times when I think it's okay to say, yeah, you know, I'm just not going to really explain how this works, and that's okay. It adds to the overall mystery, and I think it just makes stories better sometimes. I mean, when you see, like, I guess the God in the Machine, in many ways, it can kind of ruin any of the, you know, the interesting bits of a story. Like, a good example would be the recent reveals with Elune. Like, now that we kind of know a lot more about Elune, and we know that Elune is just kind of a fucking dumbass, it makes the whole thing a lot less interesting. I think they still tried to make Elune mysterious by, it's like, oh, we don't actually see Elune, we see Elune speaking to us through Tyrande, but we're still seeing Elune, kind of. We're seeing Elune's personality. We're seeing how she relates to the overall plot of the story. And to be completely real here, and this is something that a lot of people are going to disagree with, I do not like gods. I absolutely hate when stories try to get or make like definitive godlike figures. And I know that I'm not going to even try to pretend. This is absolutely part of my bias speaking. I have said this before. I am an atheist. And yes, does that make me biased? It absolutely does. I do not believe that gods exist, and I dislike when stories try to make gods exist. But I think that when I'm biased in a story sense, I think there's also a good reason for that. It's not just that I'm like, oh, I don't think that there's a god in real life, so I don't think there should be a god in a fantasy story. I think that when you create a god within, like, your fantasy story, it takes away a lot of the agency from your characters. So, when, like, a god is basically controlling all of, like, the players in, you know, a story, and, like, the god is basically doing this overall big, big, like, chess game, and all your main characters are just, like, pawns in the god's chess game, pieces on the board, kind of. It makes everything feel less impactful. You know, like, one of the biggest interesting points in a lot of stories is following, like, the hero's journey, right? Following the journey of a character who's trying to overcome a challenge and, like, grow and learn. Something like that. So, when you basically try to make the reveal that, oh, this all happened because, like, some god was, like, controlling everything that was going on, it's... I don't know, I think it takes away a lot of the interesting elements of it. That's just me, at least. Once again, citing Final Fantasy, I absolutely love the way that Final Fantasy handles gods and, like, religious figures. Because Final Fantasy has a lot of gods. And I'm saying gods with heavy air quotes. And what Final Fantasy loves to do in their stories is basically throw back the curtain and make it so that figure that you always thought was a god isn't actually a god. And the god, like, you know, the gods are killable, right? They're not actually gods. They're just figures that some person chose to worship as a god. And then you can explain why they attain their godlike status, why people choose to worship this or deity or being or whatever as a god. Why did that happen? What are the implications of revealing who this god actually is, what their true motives are, etc., etc. And I think that's really cool. To me, that's really fucking good writing. Yet another reason why I love the Final Fantasy story. I literally, like, it hits so many notes for me. In terms of, like, my biggest pet peeves with storytelling, Final Fantasy, like, goes against all of, like, the standard elements and stuff like that. And I think another thing that I haven't really talked about a lot, because it's not really, like, something that I've played, and even then it's not important to the game, but so I love Total War Warhammer 2, right? And even though the Warhammer story isn't exactly important to the Total War games, I still, after playing those games a lot, did a ton of reading on Warhammer Fantasy lore. And I actually really like the way that the gods are handled, generally speaking. Obviously, I think one of the reasons why people hate the End Times lore so much is because of that. Because of the gods. So, in Warhammer Fantasy, for people who don't know, there are... there's obviously the Chaos Gods. Those are the ones that pretty much everybody will know, because they're also in Warhammer 40k. And, I mean, everybody... I'm sure, if you know absolutely nothing about Warhammer lore, you've probably heard the phrase, blood for the blood gods, skulls for the skull throne. That's just like a classic, well-known phrase. And that is like the, should I say motto, I guess, of Khorne, one of the Chaos Gods. Or at least it's like, it's a mantra that his followers chant. One second, I'm just getting messaged a lot on Discord. But yeah, so the Chaos Gods I find really interesting. Because the Chaos Gods, in many ways, are what I hate, right? They are gods. They are these all-powerful beings that basically try to control what happens. Like, there's even something within the Warhammer lore called the Great Game, where each of the Chaos Gods is basically using, like, the mortal realms as, like, a game. And they're just competing for all of the different, like, or, I guess, worship power, or whatever, within the mortal realms to try and become the strongest god. But at the same time, the Chaos Gods are almost depicted in a way as being, like, incompetent because of this. Like, they're extremely powerful, but because they're so busy fighting over, like, having all this power, they end up basically never achieving anything and constantly losing because they just can't stop fighting amongst, like, themselves. And I think that's kind of cool. I like that, actually. And then there's, like, a lot of other godlike beings in Warhammer lore. Like, the High Elves and the Wood Elves kind of have their own godlike beings that are kind of like the equivalents of a loon. But they have, like, a pantheon, kind of. So they have, like, Isha, and Isha's the only one I remember because there's a lot of, like, Sisters of Avalorn abilities that involve Isha. But I know they have their, like, their own pantheon of different gods. Manon, I know, is, like, one of them. But I think Manon is, like, the human name for it. Either way, all I know is there's, like, a pantheon of gods that, like, the elves worship, but they don't actually directly interact with, like, the mortal realm. It's very much like the old Warcraft way of doing it, of, like, the gods exist, and people worship them, but they don't really have a super big influence. You know, if somebody told you that, yeah, the gods don't actually exist, and it's just a lot of supernatural hubbub that the High Elves created, you know, you would believe it. There's obviously some supernatural, like, magical power shit going on, but you don't know if it's actually the work of a god or if they're just harnessing this magical power for themselves. Like, even within, like, the Wood Elves, for instance, they have, like, their own godlike figures in Ariel and Orion, but Ariel and Orion were just really two Wood Elves that, that gained a shit ton of power, presumably from... Well, I mean, it's, like, supposed to be they're like, the chosen champions of, like, their gods or something, but you could generally assume that, oh, yeah, maybe they just were granted power by, like, the magical beings in the forest or something. I don't fucking know. I'm not an expert on Warhammer lore, but I'm just saying it's not as clear-cut that it was the interference of a god that you could say, oh, yeah, these are just two really powerful beings that have near godlike status, or at least are worshipped as gods, but they're not actual gods. That kind of thing. There's also the classic human god, Sigmar. So Sigmar is like a well-known character in Warhammer lore. And Sigmar is, in the original history, I believe, of Warhammer, he's like an old human barbarian, like, warlord from, like, way back in ancient times, who basically established human civilization. Like, he drove back the forces of chaos and carved out a place for the Empire to exist. And as a result, he's worshipped as a god. But you know what? I'm kind of okay with the idea that Sigmar doesn't actually exist. I think that would be better. If Sigmar wasn't actually a god, he really was just this old warlord that existed thousands of years ago, and he's now worshipped as a god, but has no actual influence over, you know, the human civilization. They just choose to worship, you know, the memory of him, I guess. I mean, he's almost kind of like a Christian figure in that sense. But then, of course, so all of this to say, in the end times, which is like the most recent section of the Warhammer lore, where they literally ended the world, they basically brought out all of the gods. Like, Sigmar ended up being real to the point where, like, the new era of Warhammer is called Age of Sigmar, and, like, no, he's an actual god now, and he's, like, front and center and stuff. And then they have, like, all of the, like, the High Elf gods come out, and all this stuff, and I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people who really dislike the end times. This is no secret. But when I was reading over, like, basically summaries of what happens in the end times, to me, after I saw that, that's what struck me as, like, I think this is probably why people don't like the end times. You know, sure, there was probably a lot of bad writing, and I think one of the biggest complaints that people seem to have is that they killed off a lot of characters. So, you had, like, a lot of basically fan-favorite characters that had been, like, playable characters on the tabletop for years and years were just killed off randomly in books. Just for the sake of, like, oh, let's raise the stakes, kind of a thing. And I can see how a lot of people would be pissed off about that. Like, you know, imagine your favorite character that you've been using on the tabletop since, like, you know, the 1990s or whatever, just randomly a new writer, kind of similar to what I was complaining about in part 1, says, oh, well, this is a fan favorite character, let me just pull them out and fucking put a gun to their head and fucking blow their brains out because it makes the story more interesting. Like, oh, you care about this character, right? You should like my story because I just killed your favorite character. Doesn't that make you care about my writing? And I think that's just a terrible way to write it. And I think that's why a lot of people hate the end times. But when I was reading it, the main thing that really made me say, oh, wow, this is bad, is when I read about how many gods they just pulled to the forefront. And the end times, to me, from what I saw, basically became just this battle of the gods. And every single, like, important character throughout, like, the Warhammer franchise was just insignificant now. They had no actual agency, because suddenly the entire Warhammer universe was just the Chaos Gods versus the Elven or Sigmar gods or whatever, the good gods, I guess. And then it basically takes away any interesting element to the story. Oh, I finally got AoE arcane thing. No! I'm alive! Somehow. Come on, don't die. Whew. Alright. That was a bit of a ramble, but... I don't know, I greatly dislike that. So, I dislike the influence of gods over a story. In fact, that's something, when I eventually finish the story I've been writing, which at this point will probably take me, like, years, because I keep procrastinating. But that is actually an element that that really mattered to me. I wanted to make sure that when I wrote my story, I made it so there are gods, but it's very clear... Oh, wait, no, there's a transmog piece I didn't have. There we go. Yeah, there are gods, but they're, like, very, very clearly not actual, like, deities or something. Did I? What? How? I right-clicked it and somehow it brought up a pop-up to delete it? And then my cursor happened to be directly over the yes button when I clicked to... Why? Yeah. If I sit here and try to understand what just happened, it's just gonna hurt my brain, so... I guess I'm just a fucking dumbass, right? Oh. My cousin's, like, memeing on me for still playing WoW. Because he's like, you talked me into playing Final Fantasy, and then after all that, you just go ahead and play WoW again. And I'm like, well, I would play Final Fantasy with you if you weren't such a slow fucking asshole who can't level. Just, like, giving him shit. But as I mentioned in the previous part, I am kind of, like, waiting on him and some of my other friends to actually, like, finish leveling in Final Fantasy so that I can, like, do endgame stuff with them. So it's like, you know, while they do that, I might as well get shit done on WoW, because I do want to raid. God, look at this fucking thing. Ray Shalar Death's Whisper. If that's not the most underwhelming legendary I've ever seen. Like, on one hand, it gives you a new ability, but on the other hand, like, why the fuck is a ranged Arcane Torrent ability only obtainable from a fucking item? I really hate that. And it feels just kind of flat for that to be a legendary item, of all things. But I won't complain. Alright. I saw my friends log on. Do I not have my... Okay, there we go. I saw my friend log on. Is he actually gonna... Where is he? Because he said that he was going to be on and then we could do M+, and that doesn't mean that I'm going to end this part early. What I'll probably do is I'm going to keep this going until whenever they're ready to do M+. Then I will get to level 50 afterwards and just throw the two, videos together into a single larger video. But that said, I am very eager to get Mythic Plus done, because I want to see, like, how much we can get today to see how far I am from Keystone Master, because, like, I'm pretty close. And I think, assuming we do, like, enough keys tonight, I might be able to get it. And that means that I can just upgrade all of my gear. Like, I can upgrade my IQD, and if I'm lucky, I'll get a two-hander weapon. And then I can upgrade that so I can play arms. But I want to make sure I have Keystone Master first. Having AoE Arcane Barrage is so nice.
I listen.
Little trick there. I think I've showed that already, but... Can I? Okay, so that one got too far away, so it canceled it. So this should work. Get double credit. Yep, that's one. And double credit. Perfect. Ow. What? And... perfect. I'm not even sure how I found that the first time. I think I found that in the middle of a speedrun at one point. Maybe somebody remembers when I first discovered that. But I think, like, I accidentally clicked it twice, and then I realized that I was getting, like, double credit for it, and I was like, wait, hold on. Is this a strat? And then I managed to actually get it consistently, once I figured out what was causing the double credit. I don't try to draw too much attention to it, though, because stuff like that, you know that Blizzard will nerf. Like, is it technically a bug? Sure. But it's a bug that presumably has existed in this game since Cataclysm, but the moment they discover it, they're going to be like, nope, too much fun, nerf. And this is why we can't have nice things. Oh, no. have to wonder if this was actually ever intended by Blizzard. It seems cheesy that you can just one-shot a quest elite like that, but they definitely did code that mechanic to work, so I have to feel like that was an intended design choice by whoever made this quest. But who knows?
I am out of range.
So, what do you need?
What's this? Touch of the Magic. Alright. What else do I get? Invisibility. Mirror image, time warp. Presence of mind. Right, that's the button that I always used to put on Q. It's been a very long time since I played Mage at all. Trying to remember, like, my setup from back in Legion. Okay. Is it worth it to start using Arcane Blast? For this, probably not, but... So if I do this, does it do enough damage to make it worth it? And I would want to do that, right? So... I don't know, I feel like Arcane Missiles hits harder. Like, maybe on pure single target, but... if I'm just trying to quickly burn down multiple targets at once, which I need to do from a distance because spamming Arcane Explosion doesn't seem very efficient. I'll get a feel for it over time, I'm sure. But right now, this just feels way more efficient to me. Like, I feel like I'm killing the mobs so much quicker when I do that compared to when I just sit there and cast Arcane Blast. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to get at higher levels to make Arcane Blast worth pressing. But I do believe, if what I read is correct, that I will get something. I guess the fact that it generates arcane charges is important, so I know it's my generator, right? But I'm also well aware that one of the main things about Arcane at max level is that your spender is Arcane Barrage. And Arcane Barrage, like, scales really crazily depending on how many charges you have. But right now, I don't have that. The only thing, it technically does do increased damage, but I don't have enough ways to magnify that damage to make it, like, impactful. So I think it's better to just do what I'm doing now. Oh. Who is it? Yep, there we go. My door opened up, and of course, it's my cat, who decided he was going to headbutt the door a few times until it actually opened up, so that he could walk in. Hey buddy, what's going on? How you doing? Alright, Robark's up. What are you doing? Are you looking for food? I don't have any food down here. There's no food for you. You already ate. And you can't try to lick one of my old plates or something, because I actually was responsible today and brought all my dishes up. Oh, and he's gone. That feels so fast, right? Like, I don't know. Now, for 3 targets, it does feel like this is the best way to do it. But for 2 targets, I think Arcane Missiles is just faster.
I am out of range.
Okay. That should be everything. You know what? Here. I don't really ever do this during a speedrun because it's not time efficient, but I'll show you one of the only rares in Hillsbrad that is not worth routing into the run. I think I do literally every single other rare except for this one. Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That guy. Spawns all the way out in this rock. I just never really found it to be efficient enough to go all the way out into the water and then all the way back. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe, like, while you're going to the Naga place, you can dip over here, kill him, and then go over. I don't really know. It might be efficient. I guess I'm showing it just in case, you know, somebody wants to try to route it in. Can't hurt. But every single other rare I've routed in, that's the only one that I just never, like, gut feeling told me that it wasn't efficient, so I didn't do it. Oh, actually, there's, I think there's, like, a rare up in the Ogre area that I don't route in.
And you,
I might be misremembering, though. Actually, let's change this up.
blood and thunder. Strength.
Yep. That was close. I should have dropped Ring of Power before pulling. There we go. No, I didn't mean to do that. I tab targeted the wrong mob. Okay.
Samsung. Blood and thunder.
Now, it might seem like, why don't I just fly directly up to the top? But it's actually very important that you enter from this angle, because Orcus will always run to the same exact spot. So if you fly directly up the cliff, he'll slow walk all the way to this area. So it's very important that you walk him right up to the point where he needs to slow walk to, or he'll start slow walking from there, and then slow walk all the way over. Learned that the hard way. Seven messages on Discord? I had like 0 a second ago.
Dabu.
Is it still my cousin asking about Final Fantasy? Yes. The answer is yes, it is. Oh, he's asking me about Chocobo racing in the Golden Saucer. I've literally never done that. You know, one thing that I think Blizzard should do, I think this would be really fun. So imagine if when time walking came out, the zones of that respective time walking were, like, gave double experience or something. Or maybe even, like, triple experience. Maybe triple would be overkill, but, like, double experience, right? I don't know about Outland zones, but, I mean, that would mean that you would, for WoD time walking, want to fully level through that. And for Wrath time walking, yeah, that would actually potentially make some Wrath zones faster if the experience was doubled. Because there were a few that were very, very close that I didn't end up using. Then, obviously, Kata time walking, it would mean that you wouldn't have to do WoD at all, and you could just do some of the other zones, like you'd probably include Western Plaguelands in there. I think that would be fun, right? Like, that would just be a nice way to spice up alt leveling. And I think that would just be one of those things where everyone would like it. There would be no person out there who would say, "Oh man, you made a 1 week event where this expansion has a faster leveling time. I hate this." Like, it's just universally a good thing. That would also encourage people to play just for those weeks.
Speak, friend.
Like, maybe if somebody's been burnt out on WoW and they really want to level a character, but haven't felt like playing for a while, maybe they'll see that, oh, this week you can level in Wrath of the Lich King really efficiently. Maybe they'll be like, hey, you know, I've always wanted to level through Wrath again, but, you know, this YouTube guide told me that it was inefficient. Oh, here's the other cat. Hello, Mittens, how are you? And then maybe they'll resub just so that they can level a new character through Wrath of the Lich King without being inefficient. I don't know, that just seems like a very easy change they could make, which would add, like, a lot of flavor, because, like, they already have time walking, so that would just make it cooler.
Loktar.
I think they would probably want to add time walking Legion first. Then, honestly, my favorite would be leveling through Legion, because I don't know if I've ever said this, but my absolute favorite leveling experience overall is leveling through Legion. And there are a lot of Legion zones that are almost efficient enough to include in the run, but none of them are. Like, so many people have told me, oh, I leveled through Legion and it was like an hour or two shorter than your route. Like, you should consider including them. And I have. That's the thing. Like, those people, I think, assume that they might have stumbled upon a new strategy. No, I tested every single Legion zone because I wanted it to be a part of the route. None of them ended up being fast enough to include. That's the sad reality. I tested each one, Azuna, Val'sharah, Stormheim, and High Mountain. All 4 of those zones I really enjoy leveling through. I would have been thrilled if any of them were included in the final speedrun route, but the reality is they're just not. They're not fast enough. So imagine a Legion like time walking, where you get to go back and level efficiently through Legion for a week. I mean, first of all, that would really spice up the speedrun routing. I think in that case, you might need like a separate category for it. Like, I know they already have categories for leveling entirely through one expansion, but maybe they... I was worried that might happen. I couldn't outrun the deer, and they one-shot on death. I guess I could have cast slow on him, but I was hoping that I might just be able to outrange it, but nope. Oh well. I ate shit. Womp womp. My cat is up in the window. He's staring down at me. After Mittens walked in, he decided he was going to come back too. And now he's just being a goofball. What are you doing? Yeah, I see you up there. What is your goal here? No, no, oh, no, 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 not that way. He looks like he's about to jump down onto my computer, like he's in his pounce stance. Ben, I please, I want you to reconsider. That is not a good idea. You go down the other way, there's a nice bed that you can lay down on. But over here, I don't know if you can make a solid landing. Now he's just scratching himself. What are you doing? He's chasing his tail while sitting on a precarious ledge. You're gonna fall. You stupid idiot. What are you doing? That's your tail. What? Finn, Jesus Christ, don't fall. Please. You're gonna hurt yourself. What is he doing? Times like this where I wish that I actually was using a camera. It's just entertaining. No, don't bite that. It's not for biting. He just keeps, like, jumping at his tail, then falling on his back, and then rolling around with his mouth open and his claws swinging everywhere. He's fighting some invisible enemy. So, crap, I'm blanking out on what I said and what I didn't say. Resonance, definitely the go-to take. I could take Arcane Echo until I get to 60, but I think Resonance is probably still going to be the better pick. So I'm going through the Arathi Highlands extended route to try and find chests and rares. Because at this stage, since I'm pretty sure my friend's going to be ready to do Mythic Plus anytime soon, I want to save, like, all of these quests to do at the... Well, it's still going to be in this video, but it'll be in the next recording session when I do it after Mythic Plus. So I'll wait to do that then. For now, I can just farm bonus experience by doing this stuff. So there's no rares. Alright, this is unfortunate. I usually find at least one rare in that area. Have you settled down, Mr. Finn? It looks like he settled down a little bit. No more trying to eat his own tail and potentially falling off. Because I have, like, this, So, like, my window is, like, a bit higher towards the ceiling. So in order to allow the cats to go and, like, sit in the window and look outside, which they like to do, my dad constructed this little platform. So it's just, like, basically a slab of wood with, like, it has, like, a padded carpet on top of the wood. So it's, like, kind of a makeshift bed that they can lay on. And then it's, like, basically drilled into the wall with, like, supports and stuff. So there's, like, a big wooden platform sticking out of my wall that they can use to climb up to the window. And that's what he's been sitting on. But it's just a small thing of wood. It is not enough to hold the weight of a crazy cat like him. Actually, it probably is, but it's also tiny. So if he was jumping around like that, he could have fallen off. He almost did. I had to reach up and kind of like hold him up because he started rolling off the side. You are a goofball. Yeah.
Hello. What is it?
I'm picking this up because I'm going to be going over here to the ghost area to check for that rare. So I might as well, do this. That way, when I do this later, all the rares will still be up. And I can just basically double dip on the experience from them and make this a little bit faster. So. It's either this or more Warlords of Draenor. Take your pick. You want to see Spires of Wrack for the 20th time? Whoa. There he goes. I guess he just got bored. He just jumped down from the little wooden support thingy, bounced off my my dresser, and then ran out of the room. On to bigger and better things, that cat. Oh. I never picked up the quest. That would have been good.
What's on your mind?
What's on your mind? Big head. Keep your feet on the ground. Nice, the rare's up. Checking for chests. And... alright. One thing I've been wondering after the fact is now that I'm already resubbed to WoW, I've been debating playing BC Classic again. But admittedly, so the problem with BC Classic is my motivation to actually like seriously give it a shot, like with original Classic, was kind of killed. Because initially I was going to level the Paladin, and then I was going to, like, play through it. But all of the store mount bullshit just made me not interested, like, at all. But, so it was like, I guess, I wasn't going to go back and play VC Classic just for that, you know? Or resub to WoW, I guess, just for VC Classic. And I sure as hell had no plans on buying the Dark Portal Pass. I still don't. But I do have my level 60 Prot Warrior. So, I mean, even though I was planning on getting a Paladin too, Prot Warrior is still good. I could make do with that. I don't know. If anything, I just want to do it for the experience. And I know some people would probably tell me, oh, well, you should just play on a private server if you really want an authentic TBC experience, but I don't want to. That's just not something I would want to do. Right? Like, I'm not going to give Blizzard any additional money than I already have to play TBC, so it would just be with my currently active sub and not buying anything else. Fuck the boost, fuck all that noise, but I still have my warrior, I could still try it out. And admittedly, I do like my warrior, right? Like, I had Iron Foe, I had Skull Flame Shields. I earned that. I was really happy about it. No, I enjoyed playing Classic. So, I think it would be kind of fun getting to dust off my old Prot Warrior and try out some new content with it. What are you doing, mister? Oh, this guy's up now. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure just yet. Don't know what I plan on doing. I do need to find a good transmog set for my mage, though. I'm not happy with any of the appearances I have right now.
Strength and honor.
I usually try to design it around the robe, like the chest piece. That's like the linchpin of any good set. What this thing? Oh no, that's just a... Oh yeah, that I remember. I loved the Antorus mage set. I always wanted to get this, but I never did because I never played my mage enough. That's what I'm gonna do. I love that appearance. I'm gonna do that.
What do you require?
I'm gonna farm Antorus. I also don't need to include that in the streams because I'm not gonna do it on this character. I have other cloth users which I can farm that on. But yeah, that appearance is cool. I dig it. I also love, obviously, like, purple is the, like, arcane color, in a sense. So that's what... Chest! That's a chest. Yes! That's number 3. Ooh. Maybe I can sell that on the AH for a pretty penny. We shall see. But yeah, I mean, purple, I think I've mentioned this before, like, purple and orange are probably, like, tied for my 2 favorite colors. I just really like them. I don't know. But probably purple more so. And then gold isn't, like, my favorite color, but gold is my favorite, like... That's the rare I was talking about that I don't route in. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew there was another one that I didn't route in. There we go. Wow, that melted. Always check for chests. That's why I came here. Right. Yeah, whatchamacallit. Chests can also spawn, like, randomly under trees. You gotta keep an eye out for them. Something. Transmog. Right, yeah. So I love gold as like what's the word? Accentuating color? Or, I don't know. I love gold accents, I guess. So like purple with gold trim, kind of, is, I would say, my favorite outfit combination. Silver trim is probably like my second favorite type of thing. But I usually like to have my transmog sets be one of those base colors. Like a purple set with a silver or gold trim, or an orange set. If I have an orange set, I don't know. Because like orange with gold trim sometimes looks kind of weird. It's one of those weird things where because they look so similar, it just doesn't work. So I guess if I'm doing an orange set, then usually it's like with a silver trim, like orange and silver, I think can kind of look good sometimes. But there's also not a lot of very good sets that have that color combo in WoW, so I rarely use it. But like Demon Hunter, one of my all-time favorite sets for Demon Hunter is a purple with silver trim set, the Antorus Demon Hunter tier. And admittedly, Monk, because green is like my third favorite color. So for Monk, I use a green set. Ooh. You know, I'm gonna try to AH that as well. Gotta make do with what I have, you know? But yeah, so I should also check the cave for chests. That happens sometimes. There's sometimes a chest in caves like this. Does not appear that there is. But yeah, so Monk I use like green with silver trim, kind of. And then Warrior I kind of went with like a completely different thing. I don't know, there aren't that many plate sets that I really like. I feel there are not a lot of really good like purple or orange plate sets. So right now on my Warrior, I mean, you might have been able to see it in like previous videos, but I have like a kind of like barbarian set is what I'm going for, with like it has like it's like silver trimmed, but the like middle of it is like a mix of like red and brown. So it's this kind of like horde aesthetic of like a horde barbarian kind of thing, but like as a panda. So I have like the silver trim, the red and like brown different patches and whatnot, and then it has like, you know, the bone aesthetic I don't like to go too over the top with, like, bone or skull aesthetics, but I like having the big, like, mammoth skull on the shield. I think that's pretty cool. So I think that adds to the, you know, theme of, you know, the barbarian type of aesthetic. That's what I think is cool. So that's what I went for on my panda, which is a warrior. But I remember ever since I saw that Argus or Antorus appearance for mages, or cloth in general, I guess, of like that kind of baggy t-shirt vibe with the purple with gold trim, I was like, oh, yes. Because my absolute favorite color combo is purple with gold trim. So that's definitely what I'm going to go with for mage. Yeah, is he ready yet? Okay, that rare is not up. I can check some of these other rares. It's going to be the one over there. There's the 2 on the hill, and then the 1 in the cave. I'm checking this just to see if it chest spawns. I also just realized that Yetimus might be a problem. Chest! Ha 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 ha! Holy shit! Wow, I just took a beating right there. Still alive, though. Ooh. Getting a lot of blues right now. That is a good sign. Blues tend to sell well in the auction house. That rare's not up, but I don't care. We're at 4 chests. I don't know if I'm going to break my record from the other speedrun, but... who knows? 4 chests is still much better than usual. That said, this is over the course of, like, multiple days. The other one was all in a single sitting, which made it especially interesting that I caught that many. I should also probably do the Yeti quest while I'm here. There we go. There's a delay on the invisibility. Interesting. No, 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 no. Don't come near me. I haven't been talking a lot because I'm like super focused in. This is kind of fun. Just blasting things apart with arcane missiles. I'm digging it. I've always thought this part of Arcane looked cool. Just the spell animations and the idea of just like shooting out these like big arcane blasts and stuff. Obviously, I know I'm saying arcane blast, but I'm not actually pressing arcane blast. But the missiles thing looks super cool. It's also partially because one of my favorite decks in Hearthstone was Tempo Mage, and Tempo Mage played a lot like this, where you shoot out a bunch of tiny little missiles and go like pew pew pew. And it has like a very fast playstyle with stuff like that. Also, one of my favorite spell animations in Hearthstone was Greater Arcane Missiles, which admittedly didn't see much competitive play, but I ran a single copy in my Tempo Mage deck because I thought it was actually pretty good. At least underrated, I guess. Like, people really slept on that. But a single copy could be pretty good if you were dealing with decks that had, like, a lot of medium-sized things, because you had a decent amount of spell damage increases at the time. And that meant that you could boost the missiles up to be somewhere in the realm of, like, 5 damage per hit. So dealing, like, 3 chunks of 5 damage to, like, random enemies was actually pretty good. Yes. This quest. Infamous for being fucking awful. Hey there, people. Nope, get that shit away. Well, see, if there's people here, I might actually try Yetimus. Because 3 people could take down Yetimus. I'm still going to follow the rules, and I'm not going to invite them to a group. But if these people team up with me, like I pull Yetimus and they help out, could work. Notice how many stags I've killed and I've gotten 0 drops. God, I love this quest. So Yetimus is over there. Camera got all fucked. Come on. 0 drops? Really? This feels a little bit ridiculous.
I cannot use that item yet.
Alright. Yetimus, your time has come. You're probably gonna kick my ass, but I'll still try. Oh my god, he's so fast! Yeah, see, there they come. They're helping me. I knew it! Thank you, random people! Okay, since they're tanking and I have time to just sit here and cast, because he has a lot of health, I'm gonna try to use Arcane Blast.
It is too far away.
You can run off Rune of Power a decent amount,
To get closer.
and it still counts, that said. I don't know, does Arcane Blast do enough damage to make it worth casting? Oh, yes, and they have a Voidwalker tank. Let's go. Oh, no! Get away from me! Ah! Be gone! Please. Yeah! We got him. Whew. Alright. Now, if I could get, like, at least one stag meat, that would be cool. I'll get the rest of the hill fawns finished here. Never even entered combat. Easy peasy. Sometimes if I get really exceptionally bad RNG with stag meat, I just have to give up on this quest. That might be what I'm forced to do here. Okay, well there's one, so that's something. These stags tend to bug out less because they're usually not in combat with anything. That's two. Nice. So that's good. And then... Nice, this rare mob's up. This is a place where chests will sometimes spawn, so I'm going to just quickly scan the area, see if there's any chests. Once I found more than 2 chests, I turn into a chest whore, and I just try to find as many as I possibly can. Getting good experience just by killing the rares and stuff, though. It's definitely a nice way to make up for the lost experience. Like, in terms of time efficiency, it can't compete, not even close, but it's a fun, relaxing way to make up for the lost experience, I guess I could say. So I'm fine with it. Yeah, see? Nothing. Normally, if this was, like, just the only time I was doing this quest, I would give up. Because this has just been really bad luck. But if I can get, like, 1 or 2 more, then I'll probably finish it the next time around, because respawns will have happened. I think it was, like, an hour ago when I said I was going to slowly start ending this part of the run. And then I just kept going, because my friend isn't ready yet. Still 2 hours that I've been recording, so that's pretty good. Stags take forever to respawn. That's one of the biggest problems. If you kill, like, all of them and you get absolutely no drops, you're fucked, because the respawn time is so bad. Nice. I'd like to get 1 more. 1 more and my RNG should be pretty set going into part 2 of this video. And then I've cleared out every single rare mob, so that's pretty much all I would need to do. I can check the ones by the coast one last time before I stop. Just like, why not? There's a chance that they've respawned. At this point, it's been a good few hours since I've started. Nice. Obviously, if I can get another one, that's ideal, but I'm not going to sit here and wait. I'm just going to scan all the spawn points. Oh, one more has spawned. Nice! RNG is recovering. Oh, another one spawns. Hell yeah. Okay, that's more than enough. I can easily get 2 the next time I come back, so... Stop there. Check the bird rare. Not up. These ones have like an hour to 3 hour spawn timers, so technically speaking, the chances of them actually being up already are relatively low, considering I killed them about like an hour and a half ago. But it's like, might as well double check, because there is a chance that they can be up. And at this point, I'm just trying to fill like another 2 minutes before I go. And then I'm going to spam my friend and be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? You said 10 o'clock. Actually, I mean, he didn't say 10 o'clock, but he said around 10 o'clock, right? So it's like... It's 20 past. That's around 10 o'clock. I'm anxious to do keys. Been waiting all weekend. Pugging is a fucking nightmare. I don't like doing it. I'm already gonna have to do it for this run. Right? Like, that's gonna be the entire point of this run. I can't rely on my friends to get my mage keystones done. So if I'm already gonna have to do it then, fuck that, I'm not gonna do it later. But anyways, okay, so I'm gonna pause here. So we'll pause the timer. The run will resume exactly from this point, and I'll start by doing a sweep of rares, probably down the coast here, up through here. I'll check these again, and then I think I'm going to swing back through Alterac, go down here, hit these 2 rares, and then push back up and hit the hills. Because I need to do the quest in this order. I have to go here, 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 here. Then I go back down here, get the rest of my stag meat, and then do the big turn-in. I can go over here, do the Durnhold challenge, etc., etc. So that is the plan. That is what you'll be seeing in, like, right now. Alright, it's been a few hours, and I am back. I'm just gonna start the timer up and get right back into it. So, turns out, the friend that I was waiting to do M+ with just never got on, so I'm guessing he got home and, like, immediately passed out or something. So, I did get... I got 1 key done, which was a 16 Mists of Tyrannosaith, which we timed, so that was nice, I guess. But was hoping to get more than a single key done, but alas, it is what it is. Now, back to this run. Now, I've been doing a bit of thinking over, I guess, the past few hours about what I want to do in regards to not necessarily just this run, but really just my schedule in general. Because the reality is, I mean, these things take time. These types of speedruns. I have to set aside quite a lot of time to actually make this. And any time that I'm spending doing this run is time that I'm not spending on my warrior, which is my main. And as it stands, I don't have a guild. I mentioned this before, but I've pretty much, like, most people I know have quit the game. I only have a few friends left, and they don't raid, so they just pug. That said, I obviously, generally speaking, like to be in a guild, But one of the issues that I've run into is that finding a raid spot as a tank is exceptionally difficult. The reality is the vast majority of guilds already have tanks covered, so it's difficult to find a tank spot. For a guild, at least, that's at, like, a solid progression. Because there are tank spots at, like, low heroic. Because at this stage, the people that are missing tanks are the guilds that, you know, their tank bailed a week or two into the tier, and now they don't have a tank, and they're stuck, like, at really low heroic, and they need a tank to continue progressing. But unfortunately, I'm not gonna join those guilds. I'm, at this point, already 9 out of 10 heroic, and I don't exactly want to reprog the entire raid. Which means that I'm limited to pretty much finding a guild that's either working on Sylvanas, already killed Sylvanas, or has started to do Mythic. And that means it's very, very difficult to find a spot. Now, Arms Warrior, on the other hand, is in super high demand currently. Lots of guilds looking for Arms Warriors. And that means that if I manage to get my warrior enough gear, I could potentially play Arms, right? But it's not really that simple. It's not as simple as, oh, just play Arms. Like, I need to get proper trinkets. I need to get a legendary. I still need a two-hander weapon. I'm confident in how to play Arms. I looked it up. The build is similar to various different builds I played in the past, and I played it a little bit during 9.0, so I'm familiar with it. So I won't have problems with the rotation. I'm confident I can do solid damage. But yeah, that gives me a problem. It's like, do I sit here and continue trying to find a spot as a tank? Or do I reroll to Arms and find a spot that way? And if I happen to find a spot as tank last second, for a guild's this coming reset, that would be nice. It would be nice if I could at least get a guild for heroic for this week. But I don't know. I don't know if that'll be possible. If it is, great, because that also means that I don't need to worry about having to, like, look for anything or work on my Prot Warrior, because, like, my Prot set is as up-to-date right now as it will ever be. There's really not much I can do currently to get any better with Prot. It's as good as it's gonna get. So, really, it just comes down to whether or not I want to spend a lot of time working on Arms, and then, once I get all the stuff I need, look for an Arms spot in a heroic clear next week. But what I've been thinking is I kind of don't want to do that. I don't... not that I don't want to play Arms, but I don't want to try to rush it. Like, I would basically have to spam Mythic Plus all day today. As in, like, right now, the time when I'm playing. And all of tomorrow, if I wanted to probably get my Arms set to a point where I'm confident that I could perform well. Like, I'm not saying that I couldn't play it at all, but I wouldn't be able to play it to my satisfaction. I would feel like I'm not doing well enough. So, as a result, I've decided that I am going to not really worry about Arms, at least for this reset. If I happen to get Arms gear from whatever dungeons I do with my friends tomorrow, then cool, that's great. But if I don't get it, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to try to, like, spam farm Mythic Plus to get it. I'm just going to work with what I have, and then I'll probably spend a decent bit of time looking through, like, recruitment posts, seeing if anybody's looking for a tank. If they are, that's the perfect solution. If they're not, then, oh well. I won't have a reliable heroic clear for this week, and I'll just have to pug. But I mean, my friends have been pugging either way, so I'll probably just join up with them, and we'll see how far we can get. But admittedly, some of these bosses are very, very difficult to do in a pug. Like, Painsmith Raznal, according to my friends, is absolute insanity when you're trying to do it in a pug group. And I can imagine, right? Like, any fight that requires a decent amount of coordination, pug groups are just like, nah, fuck that. Damage meter go brr. And they don't actually want to pay attention and communicate. So, I can't imagine that it would be quite difficult. So I'm not sure how much I'll be able to progress through that. Also, I've heard Sylvanas, ironically, is not that hard to pug, because Sylvanas, when it comes down to it, doesn't require a lot of personal responsibility. It requires a decent amount of responsibility on the tanks, but, well, here's the thing. I am the tank. I know how to do Sylvanas soaks. I know how to run Wailing Arrow out. I know how to do all that, so if the hardest job is on me, then it's an easy fight, because I know my role. But if the DPS just have to sit there and pump numbers, and the healers just need to sit there and keep everybody topped off, then it's an easy pug boss, really. So maybe, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to pug Sylvanas next week. I would like to get that out of the way. Not even necessarily because I think I need it to get into a Mythic guild, because the reality is I don't. I have actually killed Mythic Terragru already, because Mythic Terragru is stupid easy. I actually got, I got rank 4 world for Prot Warrior on Mythic Terragru, which is really dumb. But I got a really good anima power setup, and I just pumped. I was top DPS in the group that I ran with. Was it a bit of a meme build? Oh, it absolutely fucking was. Did I end up taking a decent bit more damage than most tanks probably would because I was not going for proper survival powers? Abso-fucking-lutely. But that was not a guild that I was trying to impress, so I'm just like, fuck it. You know, I'm not going to stay around in this guild. Might as well just make the most of my time in this run and just try to get like a really big number. So that's what I did. And I just started blasting. It was fun though. I actually, I wouldn't say Mythic Terragru is my favorite first boss ever. I wouldn't even call it top 5 actually, but it's fun. Like it's one of the more fun bosses. Like in terms of fun, for first Mythic bosses, I would definitely say it's like top 3. But as of my favorite, I don't know. And I know it might seem weird, like, oh, well, wouldn't your favorite one be the one that's the most fun? And, like, yeah, to a degree. But I also, like, one of the things I like the most about raid encounters is, like, a well-designed fight. And sometimes it's maybe not the most fun, but it feels challenging. And then after the fact, the, like, rewarding feeling of, wow, we accomplished that is really nice. Like, I'm trying to think back. Mythic first bosses. What did I like? So, like, first boss of Ashara's Eternal Palace. First boss of, Tomb of Sargeras. Goroth and Abyssal Commander Shavara, I want to say were their names. Like, those fights were not really fun. Like, Goroth was not the most fun boss to tank, but he was a good boss. Like, I enjoyed that boss because it was fucking hard. Same with Abyssal Commander Shavara. Like, Abyssal Commander Shavara wasn't like, oh, yeah, this is really fun. But it had a really interesting element of, like, I had to worry about, like, my positioning and dodge all this shit. And then there was the, I played a Windwalker Monk, so you had that, like, raid soak mechanic where you would get, like, the green, or the poison or frost swirly on you, and you had to soak it with the group. Then I would just pre-place Transcendence, TP straight out of the raid, and boom. Pop Touch of Karma, blow it up with nobody near me, and then my raid leader would complain. But I honestly, I don't understand why he complained, because, like, I literally told him ahead of time, this is what I'll be doing with this mechanic. I was like, I'm gonna Transcend out of the raid, and I'm gonna Karma the boss and pop Diffuse Magic, and I'll get a shit ton of damage out of it, and it'll make the raid healing overall less. Because you'll only have to put a little bit of healing into me instead of trying to, like, spam AoE heal all the people that are getting trucked by the debuff. And, honestly, I took very little damage because of Touch of Karma and Diffuse Magic. But he would always complain that, like, well, it makes it hard for me to anticipate what's going on, or something like that. Like, he's like, I'm used to the soak being split amongst people. It confuses me when, you know, I see the soak go out into the middle of nowhere, so I don't like when you do that, even though, like, it's boosting my damage, which is helping us kill the boss, and it's making the healer's job easier. I don't know, that raid leader was a fucking clown. He had what I like to call, I used to call it, like, method syndrome, but now I guess it's, like, limit/echo syndrome, where he, like, this dude basically thought he was, like, the equivalent of Limit Max. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, like, I'm hot shit, I'm like a mythic raid leader, blah, blah, blah. And he acted like he was in some top 100 guild when this was not a top 100 guild. This was, like, fuck, I don't even know, they're like 300 or something. And, you know, if I'm rating at a top 100 level, which I have at various points in the past, not like top 20, not close, but usually like 80 to 100. Okay, yeah, at that point, I'm not expecting it to be like insane, but I do expect to show up and actually like really get shit done. I still think that my play with Touch of Karma was perfectly fine, but I can understand the raid leader being a bit more strict. But this guy would also tell me, like, there's no way that I'm bringing a Windwalker monk to my raid, because at the time, Windwalker was, like, one of the bottom 5 DPS, but I was getting top 5 world parses with Windwalker and getting top 3 DPS in our raid every night, and then he would still give me shit about playing Windwalker and say shit like, oh, you know, you need to swap back to your Havoc Demon Hunter, or I'm gonna stop bringing you. And then eventually, he did. Despite me being literally top 3 DPS on every single boss, on Ashvane, he decided to bench me for absolutely no reason. And then he even tried to say, like, oh, well, you know, maybe I'll change my mind and revise the roster if you agree to play your Havoc Demon Hunter. But I don't like Havoc Demon Hunter. So I said, no, fuck you. Either bring my Windwalker or else. And then he was like, well, I don't want a Windwalker in my raid. So what did I do? I said, okay, I'm gonna quit the game. I stopped playing. Later on, I went and played Classic, and 2 months later, that guy's guild fell apart. Actually, it wasn't even 2 months. It was like about a month, actually. They fell apart. They never killed Mythic Ashvane because he tried to do the same shit. Boomkin was apparently really good that tier. So what did he do? He recruited a bunch of gray parsing Boomkins, and he defended his decision by saying, Boomkin is really good right now. So, sat a bunch of his best DPS, brought in a bunch of Grey Parsing Boomkins who quit the team a week later. The people that he benched in favor of these Grey Parsing Boomkins also quit the team because it was fucking stupid. And eventually, he couldn't find enough people to raid. And then my friend, who was in the guild still, sent me like a post that he put on Discord, which basically said something like, unfortunately, because of WoW Classic, we are having roster issues and we won't be able to continue raiding this tier. Like, yeah, it's because of WoW Classic. It's not because of the fact that you, like, benched half of your best players out of spite because they didn't play the meta picks that you told them they should play. Like, God. I really, like, I don't think people realize how bad of a situation that is. Like, people at the absolute top end of Mythic raiding, I don't think understand how insane it is when people at, like, the lower end try to emulate them. Like, sure, I love watching Limit Max. I love watching stuff about the World First Race. But at the end of the day, I love me a good Survival Hunter, right? Like, that's what I enjoy playing. So, I can understand the meta and understand what's good, but if I feel like playing Survival Hunter, I'll play Survival Hunter. That said, my mentality is I will try to be literally the best Survival Hunter in the world, and then max it to a point where people literally can't say, I'm not going to bring a Survival Hunter because I'm out DPSing the people who are playing meta specs. That's the way I like to play the game. But I don't understand the people who have that mentality of like, oh, I'm only going to bring the meta specs. Like, the meta specs are, sure, good, but it doesn't mean they're literally the only raid lineup you have to have. I mean, even, like, you listen to Limit Max and Roger Brown talk about stuff like that, and they even say, in many cases, like, oh yeah, we would have brought XYZ, but we didn't have enough people playing XYZ. We could not bring this lineup, because we just didn't have, like, enough mages or enough warlocks or something like that. Or they might say something like, yeah, I normally would bring a mage here or something. I'm just randomly saying mage. Instead of, like, a Retribution Paladin, but the Retribution Paladin in Limit is, like, insanely good, and of course we have to bring him because he's just going to do a shit ton of damage, regardless of whether or not that's a meta spec. So even if you listen to what they do, they make logical decisions. But then everybody just looks at what Limit and Echo are doing, and they're like, yep, that's literally the only way that we can play this game. And it's definitely a very, like, it's a sweet spot, right? Like, I would say even within the top 100, you don't really have that mentality. Like, I've had some shitty experiences rating at, like, low top 100, like 90 to 100, but that isn't necessarily because of the rating comp. It's usually because the people are just super hardcore and, like, assholes, and they all think they're better than they actually are. Like, I actually rated Vengeance Demon Hunter in Tomb of Sargeras when it was considered to be one of the worst tanks, and that was in a top 100 guild. And my guild leader at the time was just a massive asshole. Like, he didn't even care that I was playing Vengeance Demon Hunter because he saw how good I was at it. By good, I mean I, at the time, would probably say that I was the best Vengeance Demon Hunter in the world, or the best player playing Vengeance Demon Hunter at that time. I had rank 1 parses on every boss, and I was one of, like, the only 5 Vengeance Demon Hunters to kill, like, the final 3 bosses within a reasonable amount of time. And, or at least pre-nerf or whatever. I think I technically, well, Kill Jaden, I progged as Vengeance, but then I swapped to Brewmaster just because, not even because I didn't think Vengeance could work, but I swapped because of this guy. Because when I'm, like, sitting there for 4 hours every night and being completely fucking miserable because he was just not a fun person to raid with, I just couldn't sit there and care about Vengeance. It's like I love Vengeance DH, and I loved it especially back then, and I would love to min-max it. Oh, hey, chest number 5. But the reality is, like, when you're just not having fun, it becomes so hard to actually care about min-maxing your performance. So, Brewmaster at the time was easier, and my Brewmaster was already geared. So I had the option of trying to play Vengeance, which was much harder for Kill Jaden, but I wasn't having fun either way because the guy made it a miserable experience. Or I could just accept the fact that I didn't care at that point. I just wanted to get the kill, and then I was quitting the guilds because at that point I just hated the guild leader. And I could just say, fuck it, whatever, I'll play, where did Captain Iceheart go? I've never seen him patrol to another place. Weird. I can say, okay, I'll just accept the fact that I'll quit this guild after this tier, and for now I'll play whatever I need to. So I played Brewmaster. Brewmaster was mindlessly easy. It let me basically zone the fuck out. And that's what I got my KJ kill on. But I wasn't happy about it. I wished I could have continued playing Vengeance DH. But I guess that's one of the other problems, right? With playing off-meta specs, like, I don't know. In order to make the off-meta specs good, you really need to have, you know, you need to be trying really hard every pull. Because at that point, in order to do relevant DPS, you need to be at, like, the top of your game constantly, or you're not making it work effectively. And if my heart's not in it, if I'm burnt out, if we're just stuck wiping to the same thing over and over, like, that was, I should say, the biggest thing, right? It wasn't even the raid leader. Well, I mean, it was his fault, but basically we had a rogue in our raid group that was wiping us every other pull. It was literally got to the point where you could flip a coin, and if it was heads, that rogue would cause a wipe. Because there was a mechanic on Kill Jaden called Armageddon Rain, where you would get a bunch of soak circles across the platform, and he was always assigned to, like, this one specific area, and every other pull, he would just fail his soak. Somehow, he would miss it. And this happened over and over and over and over and over. I literally think out of our 550, and that's exactly how many it took us around. It was like 553 or something wipes to kill Jaden. In all those wipes, I believe it was something like, fuck, I don't even know. I want to say like 150 wipes were caused by this one rogue. Now you might think 150 wipes, that's insane. How did he not get sat? And I don't know. I, honest to God, do not know. I tried to get him sat so many times. I tried to talk to the raid leader and be like, look, every single night we're showing up and losing pulls to this guy. It got to the point where we're in the final phase of KJ. We're progging the final phase, and we're still having wipes in phase 1 because he fails his soak. It was just unbelievable, and nobody else was failing it by that point. Everybody else had gotten used to the fight. So it was just so infuriating. And that, I think, was the biggest morale killer of all. Because when you're playing your class perfectly, and you're trying really, really, really hard, and giving it everything you've got, and then you're like, wow, I just did, like, so much damage. I kicked ass that pull. Like, I got every tank mechanic perfect. You know, I didn't, like, get nuked by any damage mechanic. I really just was on top of my game. When all that happens, and then, like, you're really close to a kill on the final boss, and then your entire raid gets one-shot because dumbfuck McGee forgot to do his Armageddon soak for the 20th fucking time in a row, it just kills your soul. It's so draining. So, at that point, I can't care about Demon Hunter, and that was the thing. I was depressed for a good few pulls there, where I'm like, man, I don't want to keep playing this if I can't give Demon Hunter my all, because I care about my performance as Vengeance, right? So I couldn't even, like, half-ass Vengeance, because if I did, not only would it be inferior to a half-assed Brewmaster Monk, but I would also just feel bad about it, because I'd be telling myself, I know I can do better. At least with Brewmaster, I don't have, like, the standard to hold myself to, kind of. I don't know, it sounds like a lame excuse, but really it is just all, like, a mental battle when you're doing, like, high-end Mythic prog like that. Point being, I stood up and tolerated that, because, you know, it was a top 100 guild. I was like, whatever. At the end of the day, we did kill it, like, a little over a month before the end of the tier, which was nice. I normally don't, normally when I kill a mythic boss and it's not, or a mythic end boss and it's not, like, the final boss of the tier, usually the guilds I'm in aren't, like, amazing, so they end up cutting it pretty close. And then I don't really get that much time to relax before going into the next tier. But having a month off before Antorus was actually pretty nice. I will admit that. So that was something. But it was definitely not a fun experience. So since that point, I kind of said, alright, I'm gonna relax and, you know, not really push to be, like, top 100. So I went and looked for mythic guilds that were more in, like, the 500 range. Like, obviously still, they're able to get cutting edge, they're not gonna fail. But it's not, like, a miserable experience showing up to raid each day. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that doesn't exist. A lot of guilds in that range are super tryhard. And they're even more crazy about the meta. Because I guess they think that, like, the way I imagine it, I guess, is I think that a lot of these guild leaders, they want to see themselves as the limit max, right? They want to be like, I want to be the next limit max. I want to have my guild do really well. But they aren't able to do all of the stuff that limit max does really well, and they aren't able to recruit the players that limit has. So they, instead of basically telling themselves, maybe my guild just isn't that good, or maybe I'm just not that good of a raid lead, they basically convince themselves, like, no. It's not that the problem lies with me or my guild. It's that people aren't playing the right classes. If only we had, like, super amazing comp that Limit has, that Echo has, then we'd be one of the top guilds. That's what it takes. And then they start to think, like, why the fuck is this Windwalker monk in my raid? Obviously, Windwalkers are good now, but at the time, that was the mentality that guy had. It's like, why would I bring a Windwalker? They're, like, one of the worst DPS. We already have the monk buff from Brewmaster. Who gives a shit about this guy? And the sad thing is, for him, I multi-class a lot. Like, there's a lot of different classes in this game that I play. And ironically, at the time, I was even considering playing mage. That's the thing, though. I've always considered playing mage, and then I've just never ended up doing it. But if that guild had working out, I might have, like, swapped around to something else. I might have picked a different trinket. Or not, I don't know why I said Trinket. Picked a different class. Why did I say Trinket? Ah. But yeah, I might have swapped to something that he wanted. And I would like to think that I am pretty good at multiclassing. I'm generally able to pick up something new in MMOs or, well, most games in general, and, like, learn it just by doing research and, you know, getting practice in. But no, because the class that I was, like, really loving at the time wasn't part of his ideal meta comp, boom, you're on the bench. And, like, here's the other thing, I guess, the real reason why I quit, like, I don't have necessarily a huge problem with getting benched. Well, yes and no, right? I don't like getting benched. I mean, who does, right? Who actually enjoys getting benched? Nobody. But I can understand that getting benched is a reality of top-level rating. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, how dare you bench me, that kind of thing. If I'm playing a class that isn't, like, particularly good for this, like, one fight, because of XYZ reason. Like, for instance, we had to bench a lot of our melee DPS in Nyalotha because the meta strat for Il'gynoth was running a full ranged comp with only, like, 2 to 3 melee DPS. You usually ran a Havoc or something, but, I mean, I think we actually did run, like, 1 or 2 Havocs, just because we had a lot of them, but I technically was bringing the Vengeance debuff at the time, so we didn't need to, but we did anyway. Point being, in that case, if, like, let's say I wasn't playing a tank, and I was playing, like, a melee DPS, and I wasn't, like, one of the top 2 melee DPS, well then sure, I would understand if I had to get sat, because that fight absolutely required it. But there was absolutely nothing on Ashvane that required me to not be playing Windwalker. And he made the justified point that, like, oh, well, we kind of need Boomkins on this fight or something. I forget exactly what it was, but I think Boomkins were really good at dealing with something on Ashvane. But I was not the person to bench. Not even close. Like I said, I was one of the top DPS in the raid, and one of them was a ranged DPS, and the only melee above me was a rogue. Obviously, don't bench the rogue. Rogues were really good at the time. But also, don't bench one of your top DPS. There were many not super great melee below me. There was, like, a Havoc Demon Hunter who was... well, we had 2 Havocs in that raid. One of them was, like, I think just below me. So, obviously, keep him. You need the Demon Hunter debuff. But we had another Havoc that was always one of the worst DPS. So, obviously, drop him, right? Like, don't drop your Windwalker Monk for your Havoc Demon Hunter. You already have the debuff. One of them is your top DPS. The other is consistently doing absolutely no damage. But no, he dropped the Windwalker, and then he tried to justify it to me by saying, well, Havoc's better on single target. And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't give a shit that Havoc's better on single target if I'm kicking that particular Havoc Demon Hunter's ass on single target. Like, 100, or I guess 99 parse for Windwalker is always going to be better than a 70 parse for Havoc. I don't even think that guy was getting a 70. He was getting more like in the 56 range or something like that. Like, low, like low middle parses. Like, not enough to be like, you're complete trash, get out of the raid, but like definitely keeping up the rear, right? And like, yeah, sure, Havoc is really good when you play it properly. And when because the reason he kept telling me to swap to my Havoc Demon Hunter is because I had played Havoc in Battle of the Tsar Lore, and I was getting like 90-95 parses. So he wanted me to be on Havoc, because yeah, I did more damage on my Havoc, but I didn't want to. I'm like, well, until you can recruit enough people in your raid to genuinely convince me that, yeah, all of our DPS are so good that you are genuinely being a detriment to the raid by playing Windwalker, I would be like, okay, sure, understandable, I'll swap. But until that point, let me play what I enjoy if I'm still performing well on it. So that was the issue I had with getting benched. It wasn't that I think getting benched or having to sit for mythic bosses is a problem. I've done that before. It's when I know that the only reason I'm getting benched is purely out of spite. And trust me, he made that very clear. Like I said, he wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he didn't want me playing my Windwalker. He literally said, if you swap to Havoc, I will let you into the raid. Like, basically trying to strong-arm me into playing the spec that he wanted. And I told him to fuck off. That's the issue that I have with stuff like that. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like when I eventually work on my Survival Hunter, I'm going to try to do really well on it. And let's say I join a guild with my Survival Hunter. If I am consistently, despite getting really good parses, one of the bottom DPS, and then I get told, oh, you need to sit for this fight, I'm not going to go, oh, you're sitting me because I'm a Survival Hunter. I'll be like, sure. But if at the same time, if the other situation is present, and I'm getting really good parses, and I am one of the top DPS, then if I get sat, I would be like, oh, you're just sitting me because I'm a Survival Hunter. So there's a fine line, I suppose. Really, it's just about making smart, actual logical decisions as a raid leader, and instead of making decisions because you think that you're, like, playing at a top level when really you're just some fucking shitter who's sitting at, like, the top 300 range. For the record, I shouldn't say shitter, because that's the range that I like to raid at. There's honestly nothing wrong with that. But, you know, this guy, compared to Limit Max, was a fucking shitter. And if he accepted the fact that, yeah, you know, he's not Limit Max, he's just here to have a good time and, you know, raid and get cutting edge, which is the way that I like to approach it, then okay, that's totally fine, more power to him. But when he's trying to be something that he ain't, that's where it's a problem. Just checking my bags, because I'm, like, trying to make sure I don't lose out on any potential cloth transmog that I don't already have. I know I've already had my cloth transmog picked out, like the one that I want, but I still want to make sure that I unlock as many appearances as I can. Alright, so here, I'm gonna go. Need to get a good vantage point. This seems good. So, Berserking. Okay, so those actually don't have a GCD. So I should make a macro that binds Berserking to Arcane Power. I think, honestly, it would be better to... Well, Berserking should, in theory, line up with Arcane Power, right? Because I believe that Arcane Power is at max level of 1.5 minute cooldown ability when you factor in all the CDR. So technically speaking, every other Arcane Power should always line up with Berserking. I think. I might be talking out of my ass here. Ah! This is very, very difficult to do as a non-tank. I can possibly do... Here, I'm gonna actually conjure refreshments. I might be able to do the first, like, 2, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I should probably slow it. I don't know what I thought I was doing. I kind of started to go away, I was about to blink, and then I realized that I needed to stay in my Rune of Power. Yeah, if I kite, I might actually be able to do this. I think for... Wait, there's another chest! Oh, shit! Alright, that's chest number 6. Let's fucking go. Is this really gonna be a repeat? You know, I'm actually debating whether or not I want to go to Gorgrons. I think I might continue questing here. Spellsteal. Okay, so Spellsteal, let's put it on Y. Why not? Get it? Why not? Ah, that's a terrible joke. Sorry. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, so... Yeah, I think at this stage I can probably start doing my actual rotation. So I should do this, start off with a slow, and then start blasting. I'm waiting a little bit to drop my Rune of Power. Okay. Pump some damage into him and max arcane charges for a bit. Slow. Nice. Okay. I'm making it work. Now, this guy can be a bit tricky, because this guy does a really powerful, like, one-shot thing. Well, not one-shot, but, like, he stuns. So, if I can't survive the stun, it might be problematic. Can't forget to use Arcane Intellect. Keep forgetting that. Ah. Can I get any stat boosts from the food in my bags? Does not look like it. I mean, I might as well get a mana gem. Okay, so I'm gonna put my shield up. I'm just gonna wait. Actually, no, I'm not gonna wait for Arcane Power. I'm gonna use that on the next one. Okay, slow down. Okay, so this is the stun. So this will be fine if he doesn't auto me. Okay, I can do this, I just need to be very smart. So I'm going to save Blink for that. And then I just need to get away. Yeah, of course, the random walking put me right towards him. Okay, I need to do this. Shield. No! What the hell was that RNG? Okay. If I'm lucky, I can bait out another one of his stun casts. No! I'm dead. Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, I think that was just absolutely dogshit RNG, right? Like, we had that one time where, during the random walk thing, I just walked straight towards him, and then the other time where he stuns and immediately charges. That's a brutal combo. How am I going to deal with that? I think, first of all, I need to actually use CDs on this guy. I don't think I'm going to get away with not doing that. So I need to pop CDs on him. The moment he charges in, I need to blink. I should probably Frost Nova on cooldown, just to, you know, give myself insurance in case he tries to run towards me. Okay, so refresh Arcane Intellect. For the record, if you're doing this on a class that can't reliably solo these mobs, do not do these last two. I do not recommend it. One of the reasons you play Guardian Druid for the speedrun is because they can reliably solo, like, anything. So it makes quests like this and Yetimus really fucking easy. But if you're not confident in your ability to solo it, do not do this. Just skip it. Okay. E... Control Y. Keep that refreshed. Keep slow refreshed. Good. So I need to make sure I always keep my shield up, and I keep 100% uptime on slow. If it ever reaches half duration, I refresh it. Blink. Oh, no, he comboed me. Fucker. You fucker. Okay, that's fine. Hit me. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, should be fine. Figured that was gonna happen. Blink, slow. Get the fuck out of here. You got nothing. Slow. Okay, he's gonna charge me in a second, I think. We're good. Blink. Fire Blast. Nice. Also, no offense to this Delano guy, but he was just someone who I added like asking about guild questions, and I forgot to remove him. Like, or when I say guild questions, I mean I asked him if he was recruiting, and he said no, but then I forgot to remove him. So just before I forget, I need to keep my B-tag list clear. Y'all know how it is. Okay, I'm gonna wait for Berserking to come up, so I can just pump this guy. This one's gonna be a little bit tricky, but I think I should be able to do it. So actually, you know what? I will make a macro for Arcane Power and Berserking. Release specific macros, Arcane Power, /cast, Arcane Power /cast Berserking. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh man, this guy's easy if you don't let him get into combat with you. What? What? I don't know why my movement key just stopped working there for a second. That was weird. Okay, should be fine. on, motherfucker. Yeah! Oh, couldn't loot him for a second. Weird. Alright. One last time, for good measure, we're gonna check the Arathi rares. There's usually a decent amount of rares and a good amount of chests. The big question is whether or not I continue looking for chests. See, it's one of those things where, while it would be cool, I found... Has it been 5 chests or 6 chests? I don't know, I've lost count. I also think I should put Berserking, like, up here, because if I'm using it in a macro now, then I don't really need to worry about having it keybounds. So I can put something else in that macro. Let's put Alter Time there. I think I'm going to need to use Alter Time quite a bit. So I'll put it there. Ivy Cloth. That's good, right? Sure. I honestly have no idea what the Arcane Stat Cryo is, because I know that at max level, it's much different because of the way that it plays. So while leveling, I don't really know what I should be looking for. So I'm just going to go highest item level for Intellect. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that, but oh well. Rip that cow. No chest in there. Any chests over there? Does not appear to be the case. So I need to do 2, and then I can blast. Nice. And then lastly, I can check for chests in here. Nothing. Alright. On to the next rare. Slowly but surely, I'm getting there. This is definitely going to be one of my slowest Horde speedruns yet. But it's also, like, the only Horde speedrun I've ever done with, like, no consumables or anything. Because the reason I always did those on Alliance were because I had no golds on Alliance, I only played Horde. So I had to do that on Alliance because I couldn't afford anything. But it's interesting doing it on Horde and seeing how it still is pretty slow, even with the ideal strats, just because of the fact that you don't have Goblin Gliders, you don't have gun shoes, etc. It also does go to show how much of a massive difference having the Darkman Fair, the Dropped of 10 Lands, and the, what am I thinking of? Is it just those two that give the XP buff? Yeah. Just those two. But I guess those two combined with, oh, the who's he what's it? The big chunk of XP from the Darkmoon Turn-ins. It's only like a level or two, but it still does amount to something. I'm not going to kill all the ghosts in here, don't worry. I'm going to clear out one side, and then I'm going to invisibility my way out. chest there. Nice. Rare is up again. No chest. Okay, there's no chest over there. I will quickly pop in and check to see. Any chests? Understandable. Have a nice day. No chest. Okay. And now, the big question of... do I want to look for more chests? Or do I want to just get on with my life? And I'm going to be real here. Look, if I had tons of free time, I would probably just, for the memes, go look for more chests. But, you know, I think we found a pretty large amount for a non-Brazilian server speedrun. Like, for Illidan, this is a lot of chests. I'm definitely impressed by that. Definitely found a few extra because of the fact that it took place over a large period of time, because some of them definitely respawned. But I'm still happy with it. I think it was cool.
That better be good. What would you ask?
And that's Hillsbrad Foothills. So, not quite 40. But this is still pretty much where I want to be. I am going to do WOD. The main reason I decided I wanted to do WOD is partially to save time, because obviously Gorgrond is absurdly fast, but also because Warlords of Draenor actually does give you a decent amount of gold. So having that extra gold in my pocket is going to be really, really nice. Especially because I got to do this shit. Technically, I don't need to, but hey, I'm a mage. Gotta collect them all. It is interesting, though, because I have a lot of options now. Like, I can just go to Warspear, right? Teleport Warspear. Yeah. Teleport Dalaran Broken Isles. So, like, I could, if I wanted to, pop over to, I don't know, like Vale, and do something there. It makes the mage routing a bit more interesting than the other classes, but I don't know if there's anything that special that you could do with it to save time. I don't really think that mixing it up would change things too much. Because at the end of the day, travel time is a very significant aspect of speedrunning, right? Like, tons of people have suggested to me, oh, why don't you go do this quest line out in the middle of nowhere? Because it gives good experience. It's like, well, that's the problem. It takes like 10 minutes just to reach that zone from any, like, fast travel location. So by the time you get there, you've already killed any time advantage it might have. And a lot of those times, I've tried their suggestion, and it's not great. And the other thing you need to consider is that, like, a lot of stuff that may seem XP dense, but only lasts, like, for 5 quests. Like, some people say, oh, do the dailies in this one area. It gives you, like, a full 2 levels and takes 5 minutes. It's like, well, sure. But by the time that you spend all the time traveling there and then all the time getting back to where you left off, it's not worth it. But that is the type of stuff that, like, if you had mage teleports, maybe you could consider consider whether or not it's worth it. I don't know. How? What? Hold up. That's a lot of money. Wait, I need to undo my journal this shit. Is this actually worth 42k? Yo, that's like my 235 legendary right there. What? I thought I was gonna have to farm golds. Alright, well, even more reason to loot chests. Apparently you just make fucking bank. Wow, Darkweave? Is this a rare appearance? Because apparently I already have it. US mean price. Okay, so the US average for... The US average for this is about 20k, which, despite being still pretty significantly lower compared to this, is really high. So yeah, no, this is definitely not a fluke. This is apparently a very expensive transmog piece. Fuck yeah. Cool. I want this to sell. Wait, I have 2 of them? What? Okay. So sometimes speed is not the only thing that matters. Turns out it is actually possible to do a leveling speed run, lose a little bit of time, and make, like, a fucking bank load of money. Holy shit, what? Okay, I don't really think this would sell at 40k, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the price down to 30k. Alright? I'm not gonna list the second one, because I want to make it seem like it's scarce. If I list 2 of them, people are gonna be like, oh, you know, there's plenty floating around the market. So there's only a single one that's cheap. Somebody might be like, ooh, that's a steal, and then try to, like, mark it up or something. Even though, so, like, the average US price is 20k, which means that I'm still making more money on average than, like, most sellers across the US. So if somebody buys this, I'm happy. But I think that Illidan's market is just kind of inflated at the moment, so this is probably for the best. We'll see. Wow. So even this other item, Razor's Edge? Is this... Yeah. No, this is worth quite a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna bump it down to 5k. I think that's reasonable. Shit, man. What about this one? Surely... You're joking. What? Howling Blade? Are all the BOEs that I got really fucking rare? What? What the fuck? What? I've never heard of any of these before, though. Apparently there's never been a Howling Blade at item level 40. So that's cool, I guess. It looks like the average price for this is around 10,000. Is what I'm seeing. It's hard because Undermine splits it up across all the different item level prices. I'm gonna be a little bit greedy here and go 12,500. Maybe that'll sell. I'll probably just get undercut and have to relist. Okay, now that's pretty cheap. That's kind of what I was expecting. Thorbia. Yeah, so not worth a lot. US average, yeah. So this is actually cheaper than usual. You know what, I'm fine. If I sell it for 2,000, I'm happy. I could wait and maybe make a little bit more money off this. It says the average price for Illidan is closer to like 5k, but I mean, I'm already making enough money as is. I'm not gonna try to sit here and hold on to all my shit. I want to just get gold now so I can, you know, jump right into things. I mean, hell, I still need to get fast flying in one level. That's not gonna happen. Sure as shit not gonna happen. Alright. Well, that's cool. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting the fact that I would make a lot of money. See, now, of course, I'm sure you can understand the thought that is going through my head. I just said that WOD is good for making money. But by doing this, I made how much gold?
Why, hello.
So I'm thinking, why don't I just...
If a scary orc offers you something to drink,
Nah,
you probably want to say no.
I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't. So, obviously, there's like a small chance, right? I think I really did just get extremely lucky. And sure, I could continue to get very lucky. I could continue to high roll on BOEs. At first, I would need to find more chests, which statistically is improbable. But then after finding more chests, I would need to
Glory to the Horde.
actually, you know, go and... my brain is short-circuiting. I'm just so surprised at what just happened. Yeah, I would need to find chests and then get lucky enough to get, like, good items out of that chest. It's just not likely enough for me to actually consider it a realistic option. But it is pretty cool. I am not going to complain about the good fortune that has been bestowed upon me. That is cool. This chair is fucking squeaky. It's not. I never understand why these chairs, like, you shift around in them, they're like, squeak, squeak, squeak. It's, like, so annoying. Like, whenever I record audio for any of, like, my actual, like, videos, I have to sit completely still, because if I move ever so slightly, it'll just go, and then I have to, like, redo it. It's just,
Observe and reflect. Keep your...
You're about to embark on a dangerous mission. Blurdy blur. Give me a few moments. My fingernail has been, like, bugging me. A lot. So I'm just trimming it real quick.
We're all counting on you.
How are you?
Get on in there, chump.
You, outsider, destroy that relic and set us free!
Crush the relic. Yes, smash.
Seek out Gul'dan if you truly wish to stop the Iron Horde.
Yes, Gul'dan.
Yep.
Gul'dan powers the portal.
Look, the portal grows weaker.
I will say, I wish there was, like, an expansion or two, kind of more like MoP, where you're just exploring new lands and stuff. Like, that was one of my favorite parts about, like, the MoP storyline. Whoa. I did really like how it was just, like, you know, a tale about war and, like, the experience of, like, adventuring into new lands and, you know, meeting the local people, blah, blah, blah. I thought that was good. I liked it. I don't like when it's all about, oh, you know, there's people trying to destroy the world and we gotta go stop them, and oh no, the stakes are rising. Because if the stakes are rising,
Whatever means are necessary, champion.
every expansion, then it just means that you're in a never-ending game of raising the stakes. And if you already know that, like, one expansion later, the stakes are going to be raised even higher, then it means, like, whenever you're told, this is the big bad, we need to destroy them or the world's going to end, it's just frustrating. Like, Sargeras should have been the ultimate raising the stakes, right? Like, you're literally fighting to stop Sargeras. He's been the big bad ever since, like, the dawn of World of Warcraft. Like, he wants to destroy the world. But now, it's like, because they need to keep raising the stakes, I will actually say that I kind of like what they did with BFA. I can't believe I'm complimenting BFA, but I will give it credit for doing that to an extent. BFA did, in many ways, go for a mop feeling of, hey, we're just going to explore these new areas and whatnot. But then it very quickly devolved into this, we need to save the world from N'Zoth and blah. Like, even Garrosh wasn't like, we weren't saving the world from Garrosh, we were saving the Horde from Garrosh. Like, Garrosh was leading the Horde down a dark path, and we were trying to, you know, free our people. Like, that was the stakes. So even in the final boss, sure. But then, you know, Garrosh comes around with a fucking entire planet of evil orcs. It makes me tired. That's the only way I can describe it. I feel tired of the WoW story.
There is much. We cannot stay here long. Soon, the entirety of the Iron Horde will be upon us.
And, you know, I will say to a certain degree, Final Fantasy also kind of suffers from that problem. A little bit. But I will give Final Fantasy some credit because, well, I guess it remains to be seen, right? Like, this next expansion, Endwalker, is, according to the devs, literally on the expansion's launch, we're gonna finish the story. So it's not gonna be like WoW, where, you know, we barely get introduced to, like, all the new areas and all the new, like, plot elements, and then it's in the final patch when we deal with stuff. They're like, no. In 6.0, you're going to basically see the entire story of this expansion, and you're going to deal with it. And they're saying that Endwalker is going to literally resolve all of the plot threads of every single storyline from the base game. It's a bold statement, but I will say I do believe that they can pull it off, because they have been building towards that. They've already resolved a lot of, like, the major plot elements that have been set up throughout the game. And they've basically set the stage to resolve everything. There are some things that I'm not entirely happy about in terms of where they're going with it, but maybe they'll surprise me. Some of the newer characters introduced towards the end of Shadowbringers, I'm not a fan of, considering a lot of the characters in Shadowbringers were absolutely phenomenal. So it's like, when you've already seen some of the best written villains in any game ever, and now you're like, who is this, like, discount store brand villain? Like, how am I supposed to care about him? That kind of thing. But I would not be surprised if the Final Fantasy writing team just, like, pulls a 180 and suddenly this new villain is like, oh my god, he's so cool, I fucking love him. Like, they've done that before, who knows. Would definitely love to be proven wrong on that front. Is there a faction assault up right now in BFA? Actually, why am I checking? I don't care. I'm not going to do it anyway.
Observe and reflect.
I, like, momentarily considered it, and then I was like, no, I don't want to do that.
Knowledge is power.
What do you need? Be safe. You and I against an entire clan.
But yeah, so,
Sounds like my kind of fight.
like I said, Final Fantasy, I have some problems with them constantly raising the stakes. Like, every single expansion has just been, the stakes are raising, the stakes are raising, the stakes are rising, I guess. That kind of thing. And they've done it well, but that does always give me that same problematic feeling of, how much longer can they keep this going? How much longer can they keep telling us the world's about to end without me going, yeah, right, the world was about to end, like, you know, 5 patches ago or something. So I think to me, what it really depends on is how they handle Endwalker. Which, if the name isn't obvious, it's involving the end of the world. And that's not really a spoiler, because, you know, as in, like in every MMO, the world's always ending. There's always some end of the world thing, so Endwalker is just very upfront about it. It's like, it's another end of the world scenario, but this time it's the biggest end of the world scenario we've faced yet. I'm not going to tell you how, I'm not going to tell you why. That you'll have to find out for yourself. But it's like, you know, the stakes have been raised to like the ultimate level. It's like now it's not just like we're like the world's about to end. It's like the world's really about to end. So I'm a little bit tired of that. I'm a little bit tired of, like, you know, we saved the world in like the last 2 expansions, and now we have to save it again. But yeah, I don't know.
There is much we
Stay alive.
Like, see, I'm complaining, right? But I did enjoy the last 2 times when we saved the world in Final Fantasy XIV. Because it's like, sure, it did feel like when I went into those storylines, I'm like, oh no, we have to save the world again?
I feel the flames.
But then it ended up feeling really satisfying and really unique and well written. So I kind of wish they would spice it up a little bit, but I at least do believe that they can do it justice in that sense. And also, the main thing that I've been trying to say is Final Fantasy, the writers and developers have said that after the launch of the expansion, all of the patches are going to be about something else entirely. It's going to follow a completely new story with a completely new direction, because all the plot threads will be resolved. So to me, they can go one of 2 ways. They can either set up another big overarching villain and make another end-of-the-world scenario that will lead us into the next thing, or they could pull a Mists of Pandaria, and they could say, hey, let's go to new lands, let's just have adventures and explore. Like, some of my favorite patches in Final Fantasy are like the point 1, 0.2, and 0.4 patches. Because a lot of times the way Final Fantasy goes is it's like, it'll have like a lot of big stuff that happens in the expansion itself, like the 0.0 patch. That's where like all the shit goes down. Then in the 0.1 and 0.2 patch, it's usually pretty chill. You have like, you're just kind of basically dealing with the aftermath of all the big shit that happened. It's usually like more politically oriented, like you're dealing with like the fallout of like all of the like, you know, towns and cities and blah 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 that got like damaged, and trying to help like rebuild and whatnot. It's like, it's nice in that regard. Then the 0.3 patch will be like, oh no, you didn't fully defeat the villain. Like, you thought you defeated the villain back in the 0.0 patch, but they're actually back and they want to, you know, get revenge on you and stuff. And then the 0.3 patch is like getting revenge on the villain. And I make this sound bad, right? It does feel a little bit formulaic. But that said, Shadowbringers 0.3 patch, 5.3, is easily my favorite patch in all of Final Fantasy XIV. Because it's so goddamn well written. Like, it does have the same vibe of like, oh, big bad guy that you've defeated before wants a rematch. But the way that they execute it, it feels so epic and it feels so good, and it's like, it's the perfect climax for Shadowbringers. And then the 0.4 patch is usually, once again, the same thing. Like, so it'll be like, the Stormblood 0.1 and 0.2 patch deals with the fallout of the Stormblood 0.0 patch. The Stormblood 0.3 patch basically tries to act like the bad guy from 0.0 wants a rematch, or one of the bad guys from 0.0 wants a rematch. And then you have to, like, finally solve the problem that you started back in 0.0. Then the 0.4 patch is usually, like, chill, once again. You're just dealing with, like, random politics, you know, helping out random people. And then it's like, there's trouble brewing on the horizon. And then the 0.5 patch is a direct lead-in to what's going to happen next. So, like, for me, when I was playing through the recent Final Fantasy patches, because I stopped for a bit at 5.3, I was like, I loved that patch, and I raided for a little bit during it, but then a lot of my friends, like, stopped playing, Shadowlands came out, and then I stopped playing for a while. So when I recently came back, I went to replay through 5.4 and 5.5. And generally speaking, I enjoyed 5.4 a lot more than 5.5. Because 5.4 was a lot of just, like, chill stuff of, oh yeah, you know, remember this character from, like, 2 expansions ago? Well, you're like, just stopping by, like, asking them questions about the lore, trying to understand how to, like, develop this, like, piece of technology that would help out, like, rebuild, like, different, areas that have been, like, severely hurt. You're trying to, like, broker a peace treaty between 2 people that have been fighting for a long time. And it has a very, like, down-to-earth atmosphere to it, I guess. It feels very grounded, and I liked it. I thought it was really well written. And then at the end of 5.4, you get, like, the troubles brewing on the horizon lead-in to Endwalker. Like, who's the big bad? Who are we going to be fighting? And then 5.5 is all about, you know, stopping their initial attack. And then the end of 5.5 is, well, we need to plan out what we're going to do next and how we're going to stop them. And then, obviously, that's going to be a lead-in to the next expansion. On when the expansion comes out, it'll be, okay, we have our plan. This is how we're going to fight the bad guys, etc. That kind of thing. But I did not really like 5.5. I like I said so far, I have not really been enjoying the new villain. I think he's kind of lame. And as a result, this whole stop their initial attack type of approach was just kind of underwhelming to me. I much preferred it's seemingly boring, but honestly quite interesting politics of, you know, helping rebuild damaged areas and brokering a peace treaty and stuff. I like that shit. Does that sound boring to most people? Maybe. I think it's really interesting. I love how realistic and, like, seriously, Final Fantasy, like, takes the politics of, like, the different nations and, like, actually handles, like, you know, the fact of, like, built up distrust and, like, discrimination between different, like, groups of races and how that, in fact, how that, like, affects diplomatic relations, like, in the future. And it's like, yeah, sure, you have this, like, really idealistic leader of, like, this nation that wants to, you know, broker a peace, but then, you know, the people that she's trying to broker a peace with are like, yeah, sure, but your ancestors have been, like, lying to us and murdering our people and, like, raiding our lands for hundreds of years. Why should we believe that under you it'll be any different when our entire lives we've known nothing but war? Like, it really feels interesting to me. That's the kind of shit that I like. So if Final Fantasy, after, like, this whole big climactic, like, finish, decides to take a more grounded approach, I'd be much happier with that. That would be, like, ideal for me. I just want to, like, chill in the world of Eorzea, like, you know, help develop it and, you know, solve problems and whatnot. I don't want it to be constantly, like, a struggle to stop the end of the world. That said, I will say, one thing that I absolutely loved about 5.5, the dungeon was really good. The dungeon was breathtaking. Like, holy shit. Like, I literally was sitting there just looking out at the scenery going, wow, this is fantastic. Like, absolutely one of the most gorgeous, like, dungeon designs I've ever seen. Hands down, that I cannot fault them for in the slightest. The Final Fantasy art and music team is just always fucking knocking it out of the park. Absolutely amazing dungeon. And the mechanics were cool. Boss mechanics were really, really interesting. Yeah, it was great, honestly. And then, the final quest of 5.5 was like a big, like, scenario where you swap between, like, the point of view of, like, multiple different main characters within the story. So you have, like, you're following, like, your playable character through part of it, and then it swaps to a different section of the battlefield, and like you play as one of like the main characters. So it's like the equivalent of like if it swapped you into like Thrall's point of view, and suddenly you were controlling Thrall, and you had like a completely new set of abilities, and you had to like fight a mini boss playing as Thrall, and it kept swapping back and forth like showing you the entire battle. That was fucking epic. That was really cool, and it was easily one of the most fun experiences I've ever had playing Final Fantasy XIV. But the story behind it, I was just like so with. Especially like, I guess one of the issues I had is the lead up to get to that point. Like, that big battle in question, the setup required to get there was so unrealistic, which I was kind of disappointed with for Final Fantasy, because they're usually pretty good at like doing realistic world building, and like actions have consequences and stuff, and villains don't just like pull random abilities and like stuff out of their asses. And this very much felt like an ass pull, like an excuse for, we want to use this area as a setting for this big epic battle, so we're going to make up a reason why the villain is at X location so we can have this really big epic battle there. And like, sure, it was a pretty fucking epic battle. I'll give them that much. But I wish they had done some more setup, and just, instead of just suddenly saying, oh, the villain is marching towards X place, we need to stop him. Then I would have felt much more engaged with the story at that particular moment. But once again, I'm also... I do want to be critical of Final Fantasy where I think it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, I sit here and sing Final Fantasy's praises like non-stop. But I do think it's important to establish that there are some times where I think that they are not perfect. Like, Final Fantasy has flaws. Even its story, in many ways, has flaws. Compared to WoW, it's much better. And I do think overall it tells an absolutely phenomenal story with some of the best, like, most impactful moments I've ever seen. But when it does have moments like that leave me disappointed, I do want to call it out. Because it's like, I've seen it be better. I know that they can do better, because I've seen them have such good writing throughout Shadowbringers and Heavensward. Stormblood was a bit iffy. Stormblood had a lot of the same problems, right? It was like, you had a lot of scenarios where the villain just pulls something out of his ass, and I'm like, really? And then Shadowbringers felt a lot more grounded and realistic, where, like, the stakes were very, very clear, the capabilities of the opponents were very well established, and everything felt completely legitimate. Like, once everything happened, you were never like, wait, what? They can do that now? You're like, that absolutely makes sense. I am not at all surprised that the villain can or would do that. You're just like, damn, that's good writing. And, like, you don't even kind of expect it. So it's, like, basically there's, like, a twist at the end, but it's a twist that, after seeing it, you're not like, wow, I had no way of seeing that coming. You're like, I totally should have seen that coming. How did I not see that coming? God damn, that's good writing. So Shadowbringers kind of squashed any concerns I had over the Stormblood storyline, because I was like, okay, well, clearly that was just a fluke. And they can write insanely good villains still. And then they continued to do it with 5.3, which had by far my favorite bit of storytelling in the entire game. So I'm hopeful that they do it again. And I'm hopeful that the new villain isn't as one-dimensional as he seems to be. Because right now, I'm just kind of underwhelmed. Truth be told.
Much more time. Everyone, get to high ground.
I hate when, like, my blink just does nothing.
This land needs you.
Took fire away. Oh, well, I'd say we made an impact.
Alright. I miss Khadgar, by the way. I don't know why they took him out of the story. Like, I can understand him leaving during, like, I think Khadgar left during BFA because, like, he has no real place in the BFA story. It was very much an Alliance versus Horde story. I do like how he kind of expressed disgust that, like, seriously, the Alliance and Horde are fighting again? And he just kind of said, fuck you guys, I'm out. That kind of thing. Just peaced out. But Shadowlands, it's like, no, this is, like, Khadgar's jam. He's all about, like, you know, giant, like, invasions from another world, or in this case, another fucking dimension. It doesn't really make sense why Khadgar wasn't there. I get that a lot of the main characters in Shadowlands are there because they were abducted, but it's been clearly established by this point that it's very easy to travel back and forth between the Shadowlands and, like, our world. Not even just, like, the playable characters, right? Like, you have many, many characters appearing in Ouroboros, and stuff. Like, what's that paladin that had, like, all the babies strapped to him and stuff, and he's looking for his wife? And, like, if that dude can get into the Shadowlands, there's no way that Khadgar can't. Khadgar could definitely justifiably be like, hey, I heard that shit's going down, and Sylvanas is trying to, you know, rewrite reality. What the fuck is going on? Let me help you guys out. I don't know, maybe, like, Khadgar's voice actor quit or something? I haven't really heard much about it, but I feel like he should be here. And nobody was really like, hey, we've had enough of Khadgar, let's not have any more Khadgar. Pretty much everything I've heard is that people really like Khadgar. I really like Khadgar, and I don't think anybody ever said they didn't. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. Okay, so I need to be a bit more conservative. Okay, Frostbolt spam it is.
Have you seen the wrench anywhere?
What's on your mind? Wait for it. Tell me, what do you see?
There is much we can learn.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, Khadgar. I don't know why he's not in the story. Just feels like lazy writing. Like they just kind of forgot that he existed. I was honestly kind of surprised when Khadgar came into the story, because he did kind of come out of nowhere. Like, I know he was an established lore character, but when he entered the story initially, he did literally just come out of nowhere. He had absolutely nothing to do with the storyline of WoD, and he just showed up and was like, alright, I'm important now. And the moment, like, I really saw Khadgar and, like, understood... Oh, wow. That's not good. I can't kite. Okay, I'm gonna do this legit. This is not going well. Yeah, I don't know. I was on board with Khadgar the moment I saw, like, how cool of a character he was, but he did feel kind of just, like, ham-fisted in there. I don't know. Can I die here? I want to die. Let me die. Put me out of my misery. Fuck, man. I'm not paying attention and I fucking fucked up.
How can I help you? You do the fighting, and I'll do the fixing.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I wanted to continue this until 50, but this is going so slow. And I'm just like, I'm so not feeling it at this point. I want to keep leveling, but I think I need to at least take a break.
Look back there. Think we can climb up those chains?
I need to take a break and like get food or something. I'm debating on whether I just want to like chop the footage together, but I think at this point it might be like better to just make it another part.
Look back there. Think we can climb up those chains?
There we go. Yeah, so I'll... Here, what I'll do is I'll set up my garrison.
Have you seen my range? It's off the starboard bow.
Looks like we arrived
I'll see if I
just
can
in
get
time.
this thing going.
Khadgar, buy me some time.
Keep 'em away.
We will do what we can, Thalen. Hero, keep these orcs off of us.
Oh, nice shot.
Tank coming over the rise! Look out!
I don't know why there's no music playing. Game bugged out, I guess.
Oh, these controls don't make sense. Remind me never to drive a tank built by an orc.
No, I never really thought about it much, but when you think about it, it is kind of funny that it's, like, impossible to fail this quest.
They're bringing up explosives. Destroy those cunts before they get close.
Like, I get that it's a beginner quest, but it still feels like there should be some potential of failing if you don't follow basic instructions. It feels very handholdy when it's just like, you can literally sit here and just go pew pew pew.
So many of them.
Don't you give up yet, Paladin.
But I'm not going to sit here and complain about why. If I was making YouTube videos like, what was it, 6 years ago? 5 years ago, maybe? Yeah, then I'd be complaining about why.
That's it. I've got a running.
Let's finish this.
How can I help?
And this is where I would pop gun shoes. If I had them.
Run to the docks! Run! Run!
Come at me, Hellscream!
Don't be a fool, Gunnar. Run! We will fight another day.
Is Hellscream actually up there? I know that, like, in the cutscene, they're sitting up on the cliff and they're like, oh, you can run, but we will find you. And it's, like, all intimidating.
Head for the ships at the end of the road.
This way! Go! Go! Go!
There is no place to run, outsiders. This is my world.
Is he actually up there?
We will find you. We Frost Wolves will be waiting for you, Hellscream. You, your ogres, your whole Iron Horde. You're as good as dead.
We will find a way through this. Let's get underway then. We will need to build a stronghold.
You must listen to my eyes may not work, but the familiar chill of the air is comforting. You mentioned the Frostwolf chieftain. Ah yes.
What was such missed potential?
Soul named Durotan. Durotan. Wise beyond his years, but still young. I fear he has been thrust into the bronze jaws. Our people are in great danger. Drekthar, old friend. These are champions from a faraway realm, pledged to fight the Iron Horde. I know your eyes don't work, Shaman, but this one has green skin. I do not need eyes to see it. They are noble of heart. They saved our kin, including your brother. Very well, strangers. You have earned the trust of our shaman. I will not turn away the help.
I'm so bored. I just want to do endgame content, man.
It is too far away.
Why does leveling have to be such a
It is
slog?
ideal for a stronghold.
I can open up a portal to Orgrimmar only briefly. Reinforcements are standing by, I hope.
The very best.
And, you know, people wonder why I'm willing to spend so much gold on,
Gazlowe here
like,
oversaw the
consumables and
construction
stuff to
of
speed up
Orgrimmar.
leveling. And it's because of stuff like this. It's because I would much
Was it
rather
recently sad?
just spend a bunch of time gathering consumables, like, while I listen to music or whatever, so that when I'm actually doing the speedrun, I don't have to spend as much time, and it's much cleaner. Because leveling ain't much fun.
I can do that. Okie dokie. Okay.
And I also don't feel like I'm able to play Arcane Mage at, like, proper level until I actually, get, like, higher level stuff. Like, yeah, getting Arcane Orb, getting Touch the Magi rank 2, that's gonna be super nice. The main thing is, I really need to do this before Tuesday. Because obviously, like, getting an, like, progress in this game is so heavily tied to weekly reset farming, it's actually insane.
I can do that.
Which, I don't know, I just dislike how much shit is tied to the weekly reset. How much shit you literally cannot farm unless you wait for the weekly reset. So, like, if I want to farm Soul Cinders, I need to make sure that I get this done before Tuesday. and that I do layer 12 2 times. Otherwise, I'm just going to be an entire week behind, just by being 1 day too slow. And that's just not going to be acceptable for me. Also, I will say, ahead of time, one thing I am going to do, which I don't know if you would consider it cheating, given the mission statement of this, but I am going to be skipping straight to layer 12. I feel it might be a little bit disingenuous. I might start with layer 8 and layer 9 just to practice, but I'm not going to force myself to, like, 4-star layer 10 before I move on. That is the one thing that I will allow myself to do, because presumably, if you're a new player, you would be able to eventually grind your way up to level 12 Torghast. You would just have to spend a lot more time farming. That's the reality of it.
So what's next, Commander?
So I'm only shaving off a little bit of time that I already happen to spend on my main. So I am just going to be skipping the layer 12 Torghast. I'm also obviously going to have Shadowlands flying. I will be using that for obvious reasons. The main thing I am trying to understand is how much leveling is impacted, or how much it's impacted when you have to start from scratch with no gold, no people to help you, or to help carry you, and like no, I guess like guilds. I don't know. So really it's more of the process of learning your character, like being able to afford your own legendaries and stuff like that, and having to dedicate the time to progress through all of these systems. And when I say time, I mean like working through the time gates, right? Like obviously it's assumed that you would need to dedicate the amount of time it takes to farm, but it's like how many weeks would you have to progress through like the conduit system before you could actually reasonably get enough power from it to enter a raid? I don't know. Those are the questions we're trying to answer. At a certain point, I obviously need to draw a line in the sand on, like, what I think is a little bit too masochistic.
For the dark spear.
And what I think is, like, acceptable.
Let's do this thing. My crew's always ready to work.
Okay, Skagger. And there's this hidden treasure.
What? Okie dokie.
Work. Me busy. Leave me alone.
Hey, Commander. I'm all yours, Commander.
Okay, did I get Ashran appearance? Doesn't look like it. Alright, I'm gonna stop it for here now, though. It's been about 4 hours. I think that's pretty good. I think what I'll do for the next part, since just the last 8 levels likely won't be enough, what I'll do is I'll get myself situated in Shadowlands after WoD. So I'll do, obviously, the intro to Frostfire, the, like, the rest of Gorgrons, and then whatever else I need to do in order to get myself to level 50. And then at level 50, I'll do Shadowlands, and I'll get through the Ma intro. And then once I get to Oribos, and once I finish all the RP and get myself to Bastion, I'm going to stop right in front of Clea, and then we'll continue with the next part of the run. And I'm going to try to hopefully do all of Shadowlands in a single part. Hopefully. I say that now. I might end up splitting it up. It's just like, God, imagine if this ends up being like a 5-part series. to just level up. Usually it takes me like 2 parts at most. This has been a long speedrun. I should pause the timer. But yes, so I'm going to get up to Clea. I will say I'm probably going to record the rest of it, like, right now. Or when I mean right now, I mean, like, after I've made food, made coffee, probably watched a few more episodes of Toradora. Once I've, like, sufficiently relaxed and gotten, like, out of the boredom, I'll get back here, sit down, and be like, alright, before I go to sleep, let's grind out the rest of this. And then I can probably save Shadowlands for tomorrow. But I do have a lot to do, right? Because tomorrow, I don't know. Tomorrow I still need to... I mean, I've done everything I need to do on my warrior. Like, I think I have almost all 10 of my dungeons for the Great Vault at 15. I'm only missing, like, 2. And I'm probably going to do a bunch of keys with my friends tomorrow, because they'll actually be on. For sure this time, according to them. So I'll be able to get that done. And that's pretty much all I still need to do. Like, I've done as much... I'm not going to try to pug Heroic Sylvanas. At least not tonight. Or tomorrow night. So, I'm not doing that. Already done as far as that's concerned. Done all my Torghast. Done all my callings so far. Really, all I'm going to need to do is do my daily Korthia stuff tomorrow. And, yeah. Daily Korthia stuff and Mythic Plus. And then it's just mage time. But then I need to make sure that I get as much weekly stuff done on this mage as possible before 10 a.m. So that'll be interesting. So every single minute counts. Including the minutes I'm sitting here rambling about my plans. I'll think about this while I eat. Anyways, thanks for watching. This is part 2. Yeah, this is part 2. Because even though this is the 3rd session, I'm combining this with the 2nd session. It's one bigger video. So, this is part 2. Thank you for watching it. I'm going to hopefully finish the initial leveling process up to 50 in the next part. And I'll see you then. Alright, so it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon this time. Plot twist. I'm not doing a speedrun in the middle of the night. I'm going to start the timer. I'm going to get right into it. Why am I back in Silver Pine Forest? Why have I not gotten any sleep? All these questions and more are answered, like, literally right now. So, if it's not obvious why I'm back here, let me explain. For starters, I had to get my thumbnail for the first video, which I just posted at the time of recording. Well, not just now. It was, I think, like 3 hours ago at this point. Yeah, about 3-4 hours ago. So, I've been, like, really struggling with YouTube. It's been, like, telling me that it can't, like, process the HD version of the video, which, like, I don't fucking know what that's all about, right? Like, I had to completely delete the video and re-upload it, and it's still not working. It's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do about it. So, I just need to sit here and go, whew, alright. It sucks, but it is what it is. And yeah, yeah, I didn't delete any of the footage. Okay. So what I am going to do either way, and I might have already uploaded it by the time that I'm saying this now, but obviously I have not done this by the time I'm saying this now, like in person. I'm going to make like a highlight video of the speedrun, because I think honestly that'll be a much more watchable format. Hey! I feel like a lot of people basically like tune into the run just to, you know, give encouragement. And they'll be like, hey, you know, glad to see you're doing more speedruns. And maybe they'll eventually watch it, maybe they won't. But the reality is that it's a very difficult format to actually digest. I understand. I know that it's not easy. So I think that I want to try and make that format more digestible. So I want to take all the best bits of the leveling process, of this like process of getting AOTC, etc. And I want to put it all into one little highlight thing, so that people can actually realistically watch it. So, if I haven't already uploaded that video, then that's what you can expect. There's a chest! That's like number 7, I think. Yes. And there's a rare. God. God, like, half of my leveling from this run is gonna be just doing rares and silver pine forests and getting chests and... Alright. I got nothing good from that. I don't care. It's not about getting something good from the chest. It's about sending a message. Stacking up the chests found. Can I beat the Brazil run at this point? Probably not, because I still am going to go do WOD after I sweep this entire zone and Hillsbrad for rares. But you never know. Now, why haven't I slept? So, I did the previous parts of the run that was like this morning, like around 8. Then I had to upload the video, wait for it to upload, then I had to, like, basically wrangle with the fact that it wasn't processing, so I messed around, tried to fix it. I couldn't fix it. I now just have to sit here in frustration and accept the fact that YouTube's not gonna, like, work with me here. And it's just gonna tell me that, fucking 380p is, like, the only thing that my video can be watched in, which is super annoying. I absolutely hate that. But there's nothing I can do about it. And at least I can, you know, get proper, ideally, hopefully, not 380p footage in the actual run itself, or the highlights of the run itself, so that'll be nice. All the best bits will still be in there. So if you decide you don't want to watch this run because YouTube's fucking it over and making it only 380p, then I understand, and don't worry, I'll try to make sure the highlight clips are very good. Why am I talking super fast? Well, because I'm very fucking tired at this point. I have gotten no sleep. After doing all that, I obviously had to go to Gilneas. I got that thumbnail for the original video. And now I'm here, and now I'm leveling. And I'm partially leveling because, like, I need to get this done, right? Like, I'm not gonna let this challenge beat me. I think somebody somebody commented on the video, basically saying, like, I remember Preach did this thing back in Antorus. And the funny thing is, I never knew that, right? So I responded to their comment pretty much saying exactly what I'm about to say now, but I actually never knew that Preach did a challenge like that, which is funny because I've mentioned multiple times that Preach is, like, the main, like, WoW YouTuber. I know now he's no longer covering WoW, which admittedly left a pretty big impact on me, but I'm not going to sit here and talk about that. But to see that he had actually attempted a similar challenge, and that popped up in my suggested videos feed, like, shortly after I posted my video. Yo, that's a chest! Oh! Crap, I don't know how many chests I have. Now I kind of do want to chase down the rest of the chests. Now I do kind of want to break my record. That's a lot of chests. Sure, it's a segmented speedrun. You could argue that it doesn't count, but I would argue that I don't give a shit. And that, to me, you know, it's just the fact that I found a bunch of chests. It's still cool. It's still fun. It's still exciting. I'll count it. Anywho. Yeah, so, kind of like, I got, like, this feeling after watching well, I watched, like, one of his where, like, he was basically talking about how, like, demoralizing it was. And how it was really difficult because he apparently kept, like, failing keystones at plus 14. Because I think his goal wasn't AOTC. His goal, I believe, was Keystone Master. So, for starters, I am expanding the challenge to Keystone Master and AOTC. I am now requiring myself to get both. That was 100% inspired by seeing that Preach did a challenge where he was going for Keystone Master. Initially, it was just going to be AOTC. I'm adding Keystone Master. It's both. Not one or the other. I need to get both. And, like, it was really interesting to see how even he was struggling with it. And, like, Preach is a good player. Like, I respect his opinion on WoW. So seeing that he actually had trouble with this when I was thinking, oh man, it can't be that hard, right? Like, I'm sure it's not going to be the easiest thing ever, but surely I'm not going to fail this challenge. But now I'm like, oh shit, this might be hard. But whenever I see that something's, like, genuinely challenging, like, actually I need to work for it, that just makes me want to work even harder. Like, when the times when I give up are the times when I just don't feel like it's a worthy challenge, so to speak. Like, I was considering doing a serious 10 to 60 speedrun, and I gave up because, like I said, the speedrun.com rules are absolutely fucked. It's an easy run to beat, but it's also a meaningless run because of how fucked the rules are. So it's just like a non-challenge. I have no interest in doing that. But if you tell me that something's like a legitimately difficult challenge that I can overcome, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm all over that. So, definitely even more excited to do this run now. She's inside the building, okay. And obviously I know Legion was different than Shadowlands. I'm not sure how much of a difference it'll actually make. But I do imagine it'll obviously have some difference, right? So that's something. I don't know, though. It'll be interesting to see. I guess in a way, like, what I was playing to Preach's things, I believe he played a Warlock, right? At least from what I saw. So, I mean, I'm playing a Mage. And in terms of, like, role, caster DPS, it's the same deal, kind of. So, yeah, that actually, yeah, it made me really excited to do this. So I was watching that a little bit, and then I couldn't, like, fall asleep. Well, I could. Like, if I had really forced myself to, I probably could have fallen asleep. I probably could have just, like, slammed my head into the pillow and been like, hey, stupid idiot, you need to sleep, you're tired as hell. I could have done that. But I was just like, no, I have shit I gotta do. I don't want to do that. And then I was like, alright, you know what? I'm gonna get up, and I'm gonna finish this speedrun. And then I didn't do that, and then I binge-watched the entire rest of Toradora, and that was 4 hours ago, and here I am now, and then I finally said, okay, well, now that you spent, like, 4 hours crying like a baby, you should probably get up and actually do the fucking speedrun. And on that note, I have a few things I want to talk about in regards to Toradora. Because, first of all, fucking amazing show, right? Like, I'm not going to complain about it. Well, I am going to complain about it. But I'm not going to complain like, oh, it was a bad show. No, it was a fucking good show. Really, really liked it. I was surprised. I thought I would, like, mildly enjoy it. But what can I say? I am a sucker for good romance animes. Like, or just good romance shows. Like, it doesn't have to be an anime. As cheesy and silly as it may seem, like, I mean, it can make for, a good watch sometimes, right? Like, it is what it is. I'm not afraid to admit that. But I think one of the biggest issues that I had with it, and this is like I'm not gonna, like, outright spoil it, but I think, like, a lot of those romance animes, you kind of know what's gonna happen regardless. So, like, you go into Toradora, and you already know who is going to end up together at the end of the show. For the most part. But, like, the main couple, you know who they are. You know who they're set up to be. You're like, oh yeah, these two are going to end up together. It's well established, right? So, that's not a surprise. And I think that's, like, basically the core part of every single romance show, or show that has a romance element. And so I actually, how do I put this? I dislike using romance as a major plot point. Because I guess you can either do it really, really well, or you don't. And if you don't, I think it just detracts from your story. Now, I think Toradora obviously did it well, in my opinion. And I think that you can do it well and then still have, like, an enjoyable show, even if it's not good. And then if you do, like, an enjoyable show plus a really good romance component, and that is Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama is fucking hysterical, and also has a really good romance component. So, like, Kaguya-sama is almost set up as, like, a... I want to say it's, like, it's, like, portrayed initially as, like, a parody of a romance show. It's like, oh, yeah, look at how stupid these romance shows are. Like, look at how dumb these main characters are, right? And the entire, like, beginning of the show operates very much on, let's, you know, use this genre as a punching bag type of thing. But then the show definitely evolves into keeping the, you know, incredibly good sense of humor, but also making it a genuinely good, genuinely well-written romantic comedy. And I think that's one of the reasons why Kaguya-sama does so well. But Toradora definitely gives me, like, Kaguya-sama vibes, but it's nowhere near as, like, I guess, laugh-out-loud funny as Kaguya-sama. Like, Kaguya-sama, like, has me in fucking tears. Toradora would, like, make me chuckle, but it was mostly, like, the romantic stuff first. Like, Kaguya-sama was comedy first, romance second. Toradora was romance first, comedy second. Comedy more like a distant third. So that puts a lot of emphasis on the romance to be good, right? And when I say good romance, it's like, well, how do you define good romance? Like, I mean, that is very much a personal taste type of thing. Like, some people out there love, you know, the funny, trashy, like, incest, like, animes, like Domestic Girlfriend and whatever. And, like, hey, if that's your jam, I'm not knocking you, but personally, it's just not for me. Even if I can, like, look at it and kind of laugh and, like, just enjoy the fact that it's a thing that exists. But if I'm watching a romance anime, or romance show in general, I usually want it to be, like, somewhat serious. I don't know. But I think one of the biggest things for me is I like realistic, like, romantic stories. Realistic is kind of like a funny word, right? Because a lot of those stories are inherently, to a certain degree, unrealistic, or maybe unrealistic isn't the right word. Maybe idealistic is a better word to describe it. Like, it portrays the perfect setting of what, like, you know, the writer thinks that love is about, or what, like, falling in love is like. And it's... I don't know, like, it can definitely in many ways feel like, yeah, you know, that doesn't really tend to happen. Especially with the whole, like, the super big, like, teen romance things, and, like, everything is happening, like, in your high school years. And, like, man, the most that happened for me in high school is I played Hearthstone at the lunch table with my friends, right? Like, you know, maybe I just had a really uneventful high school, but I've also never met somebody who had a really eventful year or few years of high school. Like, usually it was pretty much the same. But, you know, I can kind of understand it as long as, like, you operate under the characters are actually performing reasonably. And that's where, like, Kaguya-sama almost kind of started... Yes! Oh! Yes! Chest! I found another one! I've lost count at this point. I hope someone's keeping count. Editor Harlden's probably gonna have to keep count. But goddamn, I found a chest. Alright. So, yeah. Kaguya-sama. I felt like at a certain point it almost became a bit too, like... too dramatic and, like, over the top, to the point where even I was starting to go, like, that's a little bit much, right? Like, I can only stay invested in, like, the will they, won't they for so long, but it does start to turn that around, I think, like, right when it starts to reach the point of, like, you're getting tired of it. They're like, okay, yeah, enough is enough, we're gonna actually, like, get into the good shit. And you're like, okay, cool. But I think, to me, one of the most problematic things that I have with romance shows is shows that portray only the honeymoon stage of a relationship. Because that, to me, doesn't matter how well it's written. If that is your entire show, it is, by definition, an inaccurate representation of what a relationship's like. Sorry, but it is. Because the reality is, a good relationship, it's not just like, oh yeah, you know, right when you meet somebody, like, obviously, yeah, at first it's gonna seem like all really nice and whatnot, and a lot of the time, in a lot of those shows, it very much follows the will they, won't they, and then they finally get together and they're all happy, and then the show fucking ends. And it's like, well, yeah, of course everything's gonna be super duper happy, but like, what happens once they have to start living together? What happens once they start realizing that maybe they, like, both had some, like, bad habits that they didn't realize about, and, like, maybe even though you really care about the other person, it, like, becomes kind of difficult to actually live with them, and you start getting into, like, really stupid, petty arguments over dumb shit that's not really important, but for some reason drives you up the fucking wall, and you keep having to, like, you know, bring it up, and then the other person's like, well, why do you care so much about this? Like, why is this such a big deal to you? And then you're like, well, I don't fucking know, but it bothers me, and it frustrates me that you don't understand that it bothers me. And the basic shit in a relationship, and how you work through that, and how actual good relationships work through that. And you don't see that in a lot of those shows. And you know what? I hate to say this, because, okay, so The Office, it's a good show, right? But I don't like to bring it up. I like The Office, but by saying I like The Office, I'm automatically basically painting a basic bitch target marker on top of my forehead, because, yes, okay, I like The Office. And I know that, like, lots of people are like, oh, The Office, oh, yeah, like, everybody just says they like The Office because it's the cool thing to do, but I think it's a good show, and there's a reason that so many people like it, and one of the biggest things for me is, I mean, obviously Pam and Jim. Everybody knows The Office because of Pam and Jim, but Pam and Jim, I love the way that their arc was written, because, you know, there's the whole will they, won't they thing for like 2 seasons, right? But then they finally get together, and then it actually has like an entire like season or 2 of them just dating, being in a relationship. Like, yeah, sure, they really liked each other, but that doesn't mean that just, oh yeah, we're dating now, we finally, like, realize that, yeah, we both like each other and we want to, like, be together. We're not just gonna immediately go off and get married. We're gonna actually date and see how it goes. And I absolutely love, like, one of my favorite episodes or moments, I guess, in The Office is that one episode where basically, like, Jim and Pam keep trying to, like, get in contact with each other, but, like, every single time, like one of them calls, the other is, like, busy, like, in a meeting, or, like, doing something, like, at the laundromat or whatever. Like, they're always busy, and they keep ending up missing each other, and they both feel really bummed out, because they're like, yeah, you know, I wish I could have gotten to talk to, like, my significant other today, but it just didn't work out. It just wasn't one of those days, right? And, of course, at the end, like, you know, obviously, there's, like, that whole big moment. If you haven't watched The Office, I won't spoil it, but, like, that is a significant episode, but I love that part. I love how they portray that. I love how it's like, yeah, it's not all every day is super happy. Yes, sometimes you're on different wavelengths. Sometimes it's not completely perfect. And that is so brilliant. I love that about it. I love that they actually portray that. In fact, people love to shit talk The Office. People love to say, oh, after season 7, after Michael left, it all goes downhill. And you know what? Hot take, I kind of don't hate the final seasons. I will admit they were not as good, but I think that was more to do with, like, some of the stuff they did with other characters. Like, I don't like what they did with Andy. I don't think anybody liked what they did with Andy. There were some other minor things, but, you know, I absolutely loved the way that they portrayed Jim and Pam throughout, like, the final 2 seasons. Where, like, at that point, they're already married, they already have kids, and then they're going through marriage issues. And, like, they're genuinely getting into fights and having, like, these major disagreements. And, like, they're both really upset. And they're like, what do we do? And then they have to actually go to marriage counseling. Like, how many fucking romance stories has the main couple go to fucking marriage counseling? Like, I don't know. I've never seen that before. And that just blew my fucking mind. Because I'm like, wow. This is, like, the most realistic representation of a relationship I've ever fucking seen. And I think it's good. I love it. I fucking love when shows actually do that. Because, yeah, you know, it's nice to be invested in a relationship, but I don't want to, like, be invested in, like, a fictional relationship where everything's all smiles and rainbows, right? Like, at the end of the day, I think we can all agree on something. A lot of the reason why people watch these types of shows is to, like, I don't know, to be happy, but also to, like, give them fucking hope, right? Like, hey, if, like, this fictional person manages to find happiness, then it's out there for other people, too, right? Like, that's obviously a thought that's going through literally everybody's head when they watch these shows. So, you know, if I'm watching a show and it's just a completely unrealistic interpretation of what an actual relationship's like, I'm just completely taken out of it. It's like, here's a rant. The fucking Bachelor and Bachelorette. So, okay, this is my hot garbage time. I watched The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. Admittedly, not super because of my own free will. Basically, like, a lot of times, like, I just kind of, like, chill out, like, in the living room while, like, my dad watches, like, other shit. And for some reason, my dad is, like, a fucking degenerate, and he, like, binge watches every single season of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. You know, I don't know. That dude's weird. But either way, because I'm there, I ended up watching it. And I would always sit there and complain, but then finally I'm just like, oh shit, this is, like, spicy as hell. And I'm like, oh, fuck, why am I enjoying this? I'm supposed to hate this. And, okay, like, on one hand, I really do hate shows like The Bachelor, like The Bachelorette, because they're exactly the type of thing that I say I hate. But I love watching it, almost because it's such a really, like, I don't know, unapologetic, I guess, representation of exactly the type of thing that I'm saying I hate. It's literally just that. It's literally just showing these people, trying to, like, get them to, like, fall for each other on purely surface level bullshit of, like, oh, like, let's do some, like, you know, cheesy, lovey, romantic date thing. Meanwhile, you're dating, like, 10 other chicks at the same time, you fucking idiot. How is this supposed to actually get you into a serious relationship? That's not how relationships work, but it's like, I almost love watching it because I love watching how fucking stupid it is. And it just makes me laugh in terms of how dumb the plot is. But I will say this. One of my favorite things I ever saw on The Bachelor was fucking Colton's season, which my dad watched. That was one of the ones that I was there watching. And Colton literally decides, you know what? I like this one chick. She's the one that I want to pick at the end of the show. It was, like, down to, I think, like, the final 4 or something. And he literally goes, screw the show. I don't give a shit. Literally jumps a fence to get off the set. And goes and basically tells all the other girls, sorry, I like this one chick. Basically, show's over. I don't want to, like, fuck with your hearts anymore. You can go home. I'm sorry. Like, obviously he felt like shit about it because the entire point of the fucking show is to make people feel like shit. Because literally 90% of the people on that fucking show are going to go home feeling like garbage, right? So, like, obviously it's not happy, but you know what? I fucking respected the hell out of that. If that was, like, a publicity stunt, I don't think it was, but if they did that specifically to make The Bachelor look better, you know what? It fucking worked. Because I was watching that and going, God damn. I respect the hell out of that man. Like, he knew that it was fucking fake. The whole thing was fucking fake. And he's like, wait, I actually have feelings for this one person? Why the fuck am I to keep going with this fucking reality TV garbage when I can just actually tell this person how I feel? And you know what? Fucking respect. I like that. How did I get from anime to The Office to fucking The Bachelor? I don't fucking know. I'm tired. My thoughts are all over the place right now. I wanted to do a speedrun, and I also just wanted to fucking press record and just talk. How long has this been going? Fucking almost 30 minutes? Of fucking course it has. Ah, man. Yeah, so, okay, all of this to say, my original point, Toradora. Good fucking show, but they, like, literally, like, crash-landed at the end. I wouldn't say crash-landed. Like, they kind of skidded to a halt and then, like, you know, burned out a little bit before finally making, like, a somewhat graceful stop. Like, oh, you were doing so well. Why did you fucking drop it that hard? And that's the thing, minor spoiler for Toradora, I guess. At the end, after you finally know that the characters who have been who have liked each other for the entire fucking show, they're like, yeah, let's get married. And I hate that. I really fucking hate that. But okay, alright, I can extend my disbelief a little bit. You know, sure, whatever. Okay, so they really, 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 really like each other, and they decide that the best way that they can be together is to elope. Alright, sure. But then, you're telling me that after all of that, the girl decides, oh, I'm actually going to run away for a year and live with my parents so I can rebuild my home relationship and completely ditch the guy that I, you know, am so in love with that I was willing to marry him despite me being only 18 at this point in time. But I'm willing to just ditch him for a literal entire year and then come back and resume like nothing happens. Like, that's the part that I don't fucking like. And of course, I looked it up and people are like, oh, well, you know, the light novels, it's better. Like, a fucking course in the light novels, it's better. It's like literally what you hear about every fucking anime that has ever fucking existed. But still, come on. It was doing so well, and then you hit me with that in the last 2 episodes? Like, come on. The most important shit. The thing that the entire show has been building up for. Did we really need, like, entire episodes about, like, I don't know, like, people fucking making lunch and competing and fuck all that shit, and then the most important thing, the conclusion of the romance arc that you've been following this entire fucking show for, happens within 2 episodes where they decide to get married, but then they don't actually get married, and then they separate for a year, which happens all in 2 minutes, and then in the end credits, they finally get reunited, say like 2 sentences, and then the show's fucking over. And like, ugh! That makes me so frustrated. Because it's like, why? Why do that? Why? If you're gonna have a romance story, just have it be a fucking normal romance story. And that's the other thing. I really hate the plot lines where, like, the world grinds to a halt because 2 characters are in love. Like, no, it fucking doesn't. Life goes on. It's possible for other things to happen while romance is occurring. I hate when it's, like, the main plot of the show. You know, like, one thing... Here's another anime that isn't a romance anime, but it is basically a vehicle for a romance anime, is fucking Sword Art Online. And, I mean, let's be real here, Sword Art Online is a fucking romance anime. I don't know what it could have been something else, and I think it should have been something else, and that's, like, the main thing. So, like, when Sword Art Online was genuinely just, like, a cool concept, right? Of, like, you know, they're stranded in, like, this virtual reality, and, like, they can't escape, and they, you know, if they die in the game, they die in real life. Obviously, at this point, that phrase has been memed to death, right? But when it was that, and then it had, like, romantic elements, and you saw the dynamic between Asuna and Kirito, that was cool. I liked that. I was down for that. But then the entire fucking show became Asuna and Kirito. And then I was like, no, please, what happened to this really interesting world that we had set up? Why does everything have to fucking grind to a halt because 2 characters fell in love? I hate that. I fucking hate that. Wait, is these good stats? I don't know. I'll take the crit. I'm struggling to string words together. I'm trying, though. I'm giving it my best shot.
Many deals for a friend of the grandma.
Let's see. Do I need any of this? I've got to clear out my bags. But yeah, so that's my romance anime rant. I don't know. I'm so tired of shows like that. Because, like, yeah, it has a potential to be really good. And I've seen good romance stories. The Office is a fucking great example of that. Not because of the whole Jim and Pam will they won't they. It's all the shit that happens after the will they won't they that makes it such a fucking good romance story. That's how you write a romance story. The will they, won't they mean shit if you don't actually show what happens after will they. Then the entire show is just, won't they? Question mark? No. And that's your show. And, And I get it. In many cases, the journey is more important than the destination, right? Like, you don't need to see the characters together. You can just be happy that they finally ended up together. And, like, yes, but that should just be, like, the intermission. It's like, you know, the first part of the story, you're happy that the characters ended up together, but then what comes after? You know, I think one of the biggest problems to me with telling a story, and one of the biggest problems to me when it comes to writing my own stories, and the reason why I can never finish writing a story, is exactly this problem. It's the issue of finality, I guess. I hate the idea that whatever I write is going to end. And I know, and I've been told, obviously, a million times by, like, my dad, who has written, I mean, my dad's not, like, a New York Times best-selling author or shit like that, but he's written stories, and I'll be the first to admit, they're fucking good. He's written multiple, like, little 100 to 200-page novels that are pretty fucking good, have a very clear beginning, middle, and ending, and he's really fucking good at writing, like, clear stories that have a goal in mind. And every single fucking time I think of a story, I start thinking of all these different balls in my head that I can fucking juggle to make a really interesting, complex narrative, and then suddenly I'm like, wait, Jesus Christ, isn't this why World of Warcraft is so bad right now? Like, why isn't it possible for me to write a story that's just simple, that's just down to earth, that has a clear premise, a clear, like, rising action, falling action, climax? Like, isn't that what I fucking learned? Isn't that how you write a good story? And I think the problem is, like, sure, you can have a really good, like, long-term, multi-part story. But every single story will come to an end. And I think, but that's the issue, right? Like, where do you end that story? Where do you say, okay, enough is enough, we've had our fun, this is where the characters will indefinitely leave off on? I don't know. And that's such a question that I hate, and I don't know how to answer it, and that's the biggest problem that I have with writing. I don't know how to fucking answer that question. I think about, like, all the story ideas that I have that I want to write, and then I'm like, well, where do I end it? Like, I could keep writing this story prompt forever. But I can't. And the longer I write it, the worse of a story it becomes. Because then it becomes too long-winded and too hard to understand. And that's not what a good story is. So then it becomes this conundrum of, if I know what good stories are, if I've read good writers write good stories, then why the fuck can't I just look at what makes their stories good and say, yeah, that's what I should do. That's what makes a good story. But I don't fucking know. I know all of the fundamental concepts. I know you have to have, like, an easily understandable premise, but, like, you know, interesting characters and solid world building and, like, a clear beginning, middle, and ending, and a satisfying ending. And it can't drag on for too long. It needs to be a succinct story. I know all of this, but I don't know how to fit it all together to actually write a story of my own that feels satisfying, because I keep getting hung up on the part where I can't just go on forever. And I wish I could. So I have, like, an entire idea for a story in my head. I've written out different chapters and whatnot, scattered all over the place. I have no idea if I'm ever going to string them together and actually write a story. I have ideas for sequels. I have ideas for spin-off books, but I know that's stupid. I know that inherently that's stupid, and why am I already thinking about what comes next when I haven't even finished what comes first? It's a dumb way of looking at it. But I think it's a clear trap that, like, a lot of writers fall into. And it pisses me off that I can understand that and yet still continue falling into that exact same fucking trap. Ugh. And then, like, the reason I'm thinking about this is because I watch shows like Toradora where I'm, like, hooked all the way through. And then I get to the end and I feel frustrated. And I'm like, well, if I write a story, what if I write an ending like this? I don't want to leave my reader feeling frustrated. I don't want to leave them feeling like, really? That's how you're going to end the story? You're going to leave this character off on that note? What happens to them after? And then if I write a sequel, maybe they'll be like, oh, well, the story should have been left alone as it is. Because sometimes ambiguity does add to a story. But then it's like, where is, like, too much ambiguity? Where is, like, not enough ambiguity? Where can you say, oh, yeah, no, it's good that this is kept a mystery, that we don't know what happens here? Where do you draw the line between that and, no, you probably should have resolved this plot thread? I don't know. I know they shouldn't have fucking taken a loon out of the closet. But I also think that it was probably pretty good that we resolved the Legion threat. But then some people will still argue that they wish that we had never gone to Argus. And I disagree. I actually liked the fact that we went to Argus. I think it should have been well developed more. But I think that going to Argus was the natural conclusion. When I was 7 years old and I had just started playing this game, and I started playing this game when I was 5 years old. But when I was 7 and I was like, you know, in elementary school, and I was looking on like WoW Wiki all the time, reading the lore and reading all this really interesting shit. One of the main things that I remember always like grabbed me was Argus and other planets and exploring outside of like our world. Like just the possibilities seemed so vast to me. And I thought that was so cool. And I was like, man, I really hope I get to experience Argus in this game someday. And years later, I would. But it's a controversial zone, right? A lot of people don't think it should have been made. So on one hand, I'm happy because my childhood dreams of getting to go to Argus eventually came true. But I also do wish they did Argus a bit more justice. But that's the thing. Ever since I was a little kid, I believed that the story was going to have us go to Argus. I remember reading all this, reading all the different stuff in the WoW story, and I remember my, 7-year-old brain came to the conclusion that, yeah, it all ties back to Sargeras, right? Like, he is the big bad. He is the main evil guy. And I remember just trying to sit there and imagine what Sargeras would look like, reading the descriptions of Sargeras and being like, whoa, that sounds awesome. And then I'm thinking, like, how would they ever portray Sargeras in World of Warcraft? Like, he just seems like such an impossibly large, imposing character to actually have players fight. Like, are we ever going to fight him? But then it feels like the story is encouraging us to eventually fight him. How is this going to resolve? Like, and I'm sitting there like, wow. This is probably what WoW's going to do in the future, and I cannot wait to see how they're going to do it. And to be completely real here, I was not disappointed. I know a lot of people were. I was actually content with the way that they resolved the storyline in Legion. Could it have been better? Yes, I've already said that I believe it could have been better. But for what it was, I respect it. I love the way that they resolved that arc from my childhood. They followed it through. I thought it was a very epic finale. I wish we had gotten to actually fight Sargeras in some form, I suppose. I guess we fought Avatar of Sargeras, and admittedly that was a pretty awesome fight. I remember reading about that as a kid too. So that was like so impactful for me. That's one of the reasons why I love Tomb of Sargeras so much. It's not even for KJ. KJ was obviously a really, really good fight. It's for Avatar, to be completely real. I loved Avatar. Avatar is definitely one of my favorite fights of all time. And it had so much significance to me because I was like, oh my god, that's the character that I remember reading about as a kid. It's like, yeah, I remember this. It's like, basically every time I fought that boss, I had a feeling of excitement over how much fun of an encounter it was, and also this really big feeling of nostalgia of reading the WoW lore as a kid, and feeling so excited that I finally got to experience this firsthand. And I don't know, like, I think that I don't want to go into another rant about the WoW story. But I think that that's one of those things of they could have done better, but they stayed true to what the original story of the game was going to be. It was very clearly set up from the beginning that Sargeras was going to be the big bad, the evil guy that we fought. my friend on for keys? No, I think he's still at work. We had well established that from a very long time before. So it felt completely natural. And even if it was a little bit rushed, I was okay with that. I could live with that. We'd gotten the conclusion that we had been, you know, promised for so long. And that's cool. Yeah, I feel like Arcane Blast at this level just does no damage. Even Arcane Explosion like does as much damage and generates arcane charges. Man, I'm tired. I just needed to work off some of that excess energy. And I wasn't going to do it staring at the ceiling. So, venting about it... I guess is venting the right word here? Talking about it in a speedrun is probably going to be the best way to do it. Not sure how I want to edit this video now. Because at this stage, I'm probably... I don't know enough. I don't know if this will be enough to fill an entire video. It probably won't be. Maybe I should just include this with the last one. I mean, if I'm doing, like, the main thing that I would be worried about is that people wouldn't see this, like, long ramble. Because I want people to see this long ramble. I cared about all the stuff I just said. It has a meaning to me. I like sharing my opinions. It feels fun. And you know what? I like when people listen to my opinions. And I like getting messages and saying, when people say like, hey, I agree with what you said. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. I like that part of streaming. And I want to make sure that I include that in like a relevant part of the video that people will watch. So maybe I'll add it to the highlights. Who knows? I will add it to the highlights, but I'm just like trying to think of how I'll do it. Because of that, I don't need to feel so bad about it. I am feeling really sleepy now, though. I just wore myself out. I mean, I got a good amount done. I got, what, like 2 levels? Some fresh new BOEs. I also now can't get the Toradora opening out of my head. It's pretty fucking good. See, this is why I don't watch romance shows. I always get so emotional and wound up after watching them. And then this happens. Except historically, I haven't had a fucking recording to vent my thoughts out. Usually I just sit in bed and stew over my thoughts about what I just watched. But now I can just sit here and fucking play WoW and blah, word vomit all over the videos, and for some fucking reason people listen to it. I'm not sure why, but apparently it provides enjoyment, which, cool. Don't know how, but I won't complain. Because it makes me happy. So, if I'm happy and the people watching are happy, then, I mean, really, isn't that all you can ask for? Okay, I'm gonna get some treasures. Like, do this route, and then when I get back to my garrison, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna stop. And this is just gonna be the ending of the previous video. It'll be close to an hour, so we're gonna tack on another hour to that last one. And then the next one will be, I don't know, I guess finishing WoD. getting to 50 and definitely doing the Ma intro if it's a completely new video, but probably also maybe some of Shadowlands, just so it's not a super short video. I also need to figure out how I want to do these uploads, because, you know, I want to give the design rants, like, room to breathe, in a sense. Oh, what's that dude doing? Oh, is he actually questing?
I need to get closer.
Because, I don't know, like, I really enjoy, like, the you know, if you haven't checked it out already, my video on the current problem in World of Warcraft raiding, I forget what I named it, something like that. I'm really proud of that. I thought it was a good video. I also like my other videos, right? I'm proud of all of the videos I make. If I'm not proud of a video, I delete it. I throw out the footage and it never sees the light of day. And believe me, that has happened a lot. There have been a lot of videos where, after being almost done editing it, I'm like, I'm not proud of this, and I delete it. And that's why I spent so many months never uploading. Because I was insecure about my videos. And then finally I just said, fuck it, I'm uploading something. And then it sucked. And then I uploaded another thing. And that sucked too. And I kept uploading a bunch of videos that really, really sucked. And you know what? It made me kind of sad. Because I cared about those videos. The reason they were uploaded is because I thought they were good. But other people didn't think they were good. And people didn't, well, outright tell me that. But that's the impression I get. And I don't know. It makes it hard for me to want to continue doing stuff when people don't think it's good. So that's why I moved on to doing other things. Admittedly, if I still had no motivation to play WoW, I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't be playing this. I'm not making this just for the sake of making it. But it absolutely was a combination of the stuff I was doing was not getting good reception, and I had like an itch to play again. And that kind of made me go, fuck it. Fine. It probably wouldn't have happened without either one. But the reality is it did. So here we are. I mean, what really needs to be said, right? Like, at this point I can garrison Hearth. So I'm gonna go post crap on the auction house, see if, you know, maybe, who knows, maybe it'll sell. Oh, hey, it's an upgrade. It's a new cloth appearance. Cool. So, but yeah, all that to say, I'm going to take this opportunity to be selfish and say, if you like these videos, please subscribe if you haven't already. If you have, thank you. Am I asking you to subscribe because it helps grow my channel? No. Am I asking you to subscribe because it, like, boosts some invisible YouTube algorithm that I've heard about but know absolutely fuck all about? No, I don't give a shit. Reason I would ask people to subscribe is because right now I'm just constantly losing subscribers for some reason. I don't understand it, and it makes me sad. So it would just make me happy if, like, I actually really felt like people were actually enjoying what I'm doing. That's about it, really. It's just kind of depressing when I'm doing stuff that I enjoy, but it doesn't feel like the people that I'm uploading the videos for are enjoying it along with me. I wish I could do both, right? Like, I wish I could upload videos and have people enjoy the videos.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
But if they're not, I'm not going to try to force them to. But, you know, if you are, it would be nice to let me know, I guess. Because I think the unfortunate thing is that, you know, anger is an emotion that's more easily expressed, or people are more likely to express it, right? So if somebody sees that I'm making, like, Final Fantasy content, they're going to be like, oh, fuck this guy. Boom, unsubscribed. If they see that I make a video, like, complaining about a feature in WoW, how dare you? WoW is perfect. I simp. Never gonna subscribe to somebody who dislikes the game in any fashion, regardless on whether they love the game and have since they were a child, and they're only trying to make complaints that are in good faith to make the game better as a whole, so that everybody, themselves included, benefits from it, so the game can be better. But no, fuck that. You complained about my favorite game, fuck you, unsubscribed. And when that's all I see, and I don't see the people who... Well, I mean, there are people who say they like it. But I'm going to be completely honest, when there's so much negativity, even if there is a lot of positivity, the negativity tends to drown it out. And it is really hard to ignore the number, right? As much as I try not to pay attention to it, YouTube does put it front and center. Every time I go to look at anything, my subscriber numbers, right there. And then YouTube has the helpful metric of saying, your subscriber numbers are down like 80% compared to last month or something. And I'm like, wow, thanks YouTube. Thanks for letting me know that more people hate me this month than they did before. It's that shit that just, it makes me feel bad, you know? I don't know. I don't like doing this. I feel like one of those fucking people that just, like, tries to clickbait and throw out shit and simp for fucking views and whatnot. I just... It makes me sad. You know? That's all there is to it. So if you like the videos, let me know. In whatever way you think is important. And with that... That is the true ending of part 2. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna actually go to sleep now. For real, this time. Peace out.